A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. Wealthy Rupert Barlow's plans to break up the marriage of Larry and Mary Noble have worked out so well this time that it seems likely he'll succeed. Whether this will help him to succeed romantically with Mary, as he hopes, is something yet to be determined. But at least Mary has accepted Rupert's invitation to be a guest on his yacht when he cruises the Caribbean. And right now we find Mary in New York following her recent release from the hospital after recovering from acid burns inflicted by the jealous Claudia Vincent. She's entering a fashionable restaurant on West 52nd Street, where she's at once escorted to a table. And as she approaches it, a man rises, and we hear...
Mary! Oh, what a relief to see you walking across the floor. I was almost afraid you might have changed your mind to meet me after all.
Oh, I'm sorry if I kept you waiting, Rupert. I stopped in to see my friend Maud Marlowe backstage at the theater where she's appearing in a new play.
Oh, well, sit down, my dear. Yeah, you quite comfortable? You aren't too tired, are you, Mary?
No, Rupert, I'm not too tired. In fact, I'm rather pleased to see how quickly I'm getting my strength back. The first few days I was rather shaky, but that's all over now. In fact, I was thinking that I wouldn't need to have a nurse with me on the cruise, Rupert. I hardly think it'll be necessary at all.
Oh, well, perhaps we can dispense with the capable Miss Clark in that case. She's hardly a great addition from an entertainment standpoint.
Well, of course, it's rather unkind of me to mention it, when I know that she'd give anything in the world to be asked aboard your yacht, Rupert.
Then she shall go, by all means.
I keep telling myself that I shouldn't have accepted this invitation, Rupert.
Nonsense, Mary. There's every reason in the world why you should come along. The trip will be the best thing you could ask for. Even your doctor agrees. And it may help you forget the heartache that you've had to live with since you got that message from your husband, Larry, out in Hollywood.
Oh, I've scarcely given that a thought the last day or two, Rupert. In fact, I'm sure Larry is quite right. It would be very tiring for me to fly way out to the coast. And I don't know a soul there. And, of course, Larry will be so very busy all the time making his picture. He'd probably be terribly cross. Besides, I don't think there's any reason for me to be bored. Do you?
Well, none at all, Mary, my dear. In fact, there's every reason why you should never have to be bored for a minute. A lovely creature like you, my sweet. What are you going to have to drink?
I don't believe I want anything, Rupert.
Dinner, then? Would you like to look at the menu?
I'll wait for you if you'd like a cocktail.
You sure you aren't too hungry?
None at all. Oh, it's very nice to be here. Such a gay place. And it seems as if I've been out of things for so long.
Well, you surprise me, Mary. I have the feeling that your entire personality is undergoing a change.
Perhaps it is, Rupert.
Maybe it's a good thing. And may I say that if your personality comes through as beautifully as your face after the searing acid burns, then it'll be all for the best. The suffering, the disappointment, all of it will be washed away.
Oh, it's nice to think that could be possible.
I'm sure it is. I can see a vast improvement already. If only you don't have a sudden change of heart.
What do you mean?
I've known it to happen before, Mary. Just when I believe that I have convinced you of my devotion, that you might be showing some sign of interest, then your husband Larry snaps his fingers and you run to his command.
That's not very flattering, Rupert.
Well, I didn't mean it to be. But it's true, my dear. And I've seen it happen time and again. You have no idea how it's distressed me.
Do you mind if we talk about something else, Rupert?
No, of course not. I want to talk to you about our cruise.
Yes, I prefer that. Who are your other guests? Do you think they'll like me?
I'm sure everyone on board will find you charming, my dear.
It's very flattering. But I'd still like to know who will be along.
It will be a hand-picked group, Mary. Only the most congenial people.
But
Why not just let it go at that? I promise you won't be disappointed.
Oh, I didn't mean to sound critical, just curious.
Well, the important thing is that I'm anxious to leave as soon as possible, my dear. Not that I want to rush you. But at the same time, the yacht is ready and entirely stocked for the cruise. Will you be ready to leave soon? I think it'll be best for you to get out on the water and relax. Put all your cares aside and just plan to enjoy yourself.
How soon do you want to leave, Rupert?
At once, if possible. I'd like to take you straight from here to the club dock and sail away before you can change your mind.
Of course, you're joking.
Well, only in a very slight way. If I thought it was possible, that's exactly what I'd do.
But of course I need time to pack. And to tell my young son that I'm to be away. I've been away from Larry Jr. so much already, it makes me feel guilty.
Oh, you mustn't allow it to, Mary. Remember that you've just come through a serious illness, one that might have ruined your entire life. And all because of your bravery in trying to save your husband.
I'll never regret that I was able to help him, Rupert.
That's quite like you, my dear, to think of others instead of yourself. But this one time, I insist that your comfort and welfare must come first.
When have you asked your guest to join you?
Well, everyone is waiting and anxious to be started. It's only on your account that we're delaying.
I don't like to think of holding up the entire group, Rupert.
Well, then suppose you tell me how soon you can manage to leave.
Why, I expect I could arrange it most any time.
Then let's make it the day after tomorrow. We'll sail in the morning. Say about 10 o'clock. Can you be ready?
Yes, I guess so.
Fine, then it's all settled.
You're quite sure this won't cause any unpleasant gossip? I mean...
My dear Mary, as long as we know that there's no basis for their gossip, what difference does it make?
The only thing is, there's been so much unfounded talk about us already.
I will take every precaution to protect you, Mary, my dear. Surely you realize that.
Yes. And it's as much on your account as on my own that I'm concerned. Tell me, will your housekeeper, Julia Dixon, be one of the guests on board?
Do you wish her to be?
I'd like it. And I know that would make things so much easier. I like Julia very much. If we could be together for a time, I feel sure I could make her understand that I'm a friend.
Well, Julia isn't inclined to be possessive where I'm concerned, Mary. It's one of the reasons I've delayed our marriage for such a long time. I dislike the idea of being married to a woman who may try to tie me to her apron strings.
But she loves you very much. And after all, it must be very difficult for her, Rupert. You've kept her waiting for 10 years and more.
Oh, you aren't going to start rushing me to the altar, too, are you, my dear?
Oh, of course not. I know it's none of my business.
Then we'll all be very happy, I feel sure.
Does that mean Julia will be on board?
I have every reason to believe she'll be glad to be a guest.
Have you asked her? Have you told her that you've invited me? If that makes her unhappy, then of course I wouldn't dream of going along.
You keep finding things to worry about, Mary. It's a sign that you're not quite as strong as you believe. What you need is rest.
Well, what do you know? I couldn't believe my eyes, and yet it's true. Mary Noble.
Marty Rufus. How do you do, Mr. Rufus?
Well, Mr. Rufus. Come now, it's not as bad as all that, is it? I come over here all smiles and goodwill to tell you how glad I am to see you looking so radiant. And you cool me off with a stern salute.
Perhaps Mrs. Noble doesn't care for the things that you've been saying about her family in your column, Marty. I can't blame her. You've been a little rough, you know.
Your gallant espousal of a lady's cause does you credit, Rupert. I didn't realize you were such a chivalrous fellow.
And perhaps you'll have the grace to leave us. We have things to talk about.
Right. I wouldn't dream of intruding. I only came to inquire how you're feeling, Mary, but I can see that you're in excellent spirits. Oh, are you planning to join Larry out on the coast?
Mrs. Noble's plans are not to be discussed at the present time. And if you don't mind, Marty.
To be sure, Rupert. I know how you feel about low columnists like myself. You would never be willing to contribute anything to that scandalous column written by that scoundrel, Marty Rufus, now, would you, huh?
Not if I could help it.
Of course not. Try to remember that. Well, I won't keep you from your little tete-a-tete. Say hello to Larry when you see him, Mary.
Can we leave, Rupert? It makes me nervous to stay here.
Yes, of course, my dear, at once. Waiter, my check.
At this same time in Hollywood, Larry Noble is exceedingly gloomy as he returns to his dreary little room in a modest hotel. And he thinks...
No letter from Mary. No message of any kind. Well, what did I expect? Why do I keep on hoping for miracles when I know so well that Mary is never going to return to me? When I even know that she's having me shadowed by detectives so that she can get evidence for a divorce. I wonder if that detective reported back to her what I said the other day about it not being necessary to carry on this farce. I won't stand in Mary's way. How could I, when I can't even blame her for turning against me? Isn't it enough that she risked her life for me? Isn't it only natural that she should be resentful now? I can reason it all out. And I know I haven't a chance. But nevertheless, I can't bear the thought of living the rest of my life without Mary. It all seems so useless, so empty. I've loved her for so long, so deeply. It's not a thing a man gets over.
Larry Noble looks over at his wife Mary's picture in his dresser. The tender smile on her face stabs him like a knife. Suddenly he takes his hat and leaves the room, not being able to bear the ache in his heart. Be sure to be listening Monday to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, they say that March comes in like a lion and goes out like a lamb. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, has an amendment to this ancient bromide.
Yes, this year, March and our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin, both came in like lions. And last Wednesday morning, when he summoned me to his office, I could tell by the tone of his roar that he had gotten up on the wrong side of his cage. As I entered his office, however, I was thrown off guard somewhat by his bluff and hearty manner. In fact, his first 2 words to me were replete with camaraderie and affection.
Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Miss Brooks, I arrived at school this morning 15 minutes ahead of anyone else, as is my wont.
It certainly is.
And it certainly is what?
Your wont. That is, getting here 15 minutes ahead of anyone else is an old wont of yours. Yes, sir, that one wont goes way back. After working for you for almost 5 years, I guess I know as much about your different wonts as any teacher in this
Hush!
Sorry, sir.
As I passed through the hall, I noticed one of the classroom doors was ajar. It was your room, Miss Brooks, and as I reached in to close the door, I saw your blackboards.
They hadn't been stolen.
No. But they hadn't been erased either. You know very well, Miss Brooks, that it has long been a strict rule in this institution that nothing is to remain on the blackboards overnight.
Oh, I know that, sir, but some of the students must have made some notes after I left the room. You see, we've been studying the Shakespearean tragedies, and the class is taking to it with great enthusiasm.
Miss Brooks, I'm quite certain that the immortal bard did not pen the words I saw on your blackboard.
What words, Mr. Conklin?
One line said, and I quote, "Old man Conklin is a bird brain."
Oh, that's impossible, sir. You misread the blackboard. What it probably said was, Old King Lear is a bird brain.
Old King Lear is a bird brain? Who would want to write a thing like that?
His daughters, they hated his they did. They were very mean to him.
Miss Brooks, I hold you responsible for the condition of your blackboard. And remember, it is from such petty beginnings that more dangerous subversive activities can stem.
I'll have a loyalty check before class. Mr. Conklin, don't you think you're being unduly severe about a relatively minor transgression?
Severe, perhaps. But I challenge your use of the word unduly. After all, I am the man to whom this entire school looks for leadership. As your leader, I must be firm, decisive, wielding my power with justice but authority.
Yes, sire. Sir. I know you're quite a stickler for discipline, Mr. Conklin, and all of us on the faculty try to cooperate. But sometimes your manner is so stern and forbidding, it makes it difficult. What I'm trying to say, I guess, is that you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar.
I don't want flies, I want teachers. I want teachers with a wholesome respect for the inspiring mottos on which I was brought up. Spare the rod and spoil the child. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. And these others here in my office, read the one on that wall, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir. Only the hands of the strong can hold the reins of leadership.
Now the one next to it.
Through power alone can you command respect.
How true that is.
There seems to be a motto missing, Mr. Conklin.
Which one?
Today, Madison High. Tomorrow, the world.
The janitor broke that one while he was dusting. Which brings me to another assignment I have for you this morning. I want you to see that my office is thoroughly cleaned up. I've asked my daughter Harriet to send in one of the boys to do the heavy work, and they'll... Oh, good heavens, she'll probably send in that lame-brained boyfriend of hers, Walter Denton.
Oh, Walter isn't so bad, Mr. Conklin. In fact, compared to his pal, Stretch Snodgrass, his mentality is positively Einsteinian.
If only he wouldn't speak. That voice of his drives me insane.
It's just his age, Mr. Conklin. His voice is probably changing.
Well, it had better hurry. That boy sounds like a canary who has just caught a rancid batch of birdseed. Come in.
Salutations and top of the morning, dear principal.
Spit it out, Walter.
Now that you're here, Denton, I'll be leaving shortly. So pay attention and I'll tell you what I want done.
Yes, sir. Harriet told me you're anticipating the National Clean-Up, Paint-Up, Fix-Up campaign, which starts every spring.
That is correct. I'm a great boy for getting the jump on the next fellow. Therefore, I want you to clean out all the old files you'll find in my closet. I haven't touched them since I took over this office from my predecessor, Mr. Darwell.
Oh, I remember Mr. Darwell. There were times when we all thought he was a real tyrant.
Oh, you did.
Dear old Mr. Darwell.
This file contains nothing but a bunch of antiquated records and correspondence kept by Darwell for years. You, Denton, will take them all out and destroy them.
Yes, sir.
Burn them up.
To a cinder, sir.
Now, I'm going on a tour of classroom inspection. I haven't cracked the whip round here in, let's see now, just how long has it been?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. That's when I gotta remember.
Oh, quiet! I received an exceptionally large batch of mail this morning, Miss Brooks. While I'm gone, I want you to open each and every letter, digest its contents, and if it is not of sufficient importance to demand my personal attention, tear it up.
I'll rip it to pieces, Mr. Conklin.
Rumple it. Destroy it.
I'll be merciless.
Hurl it in the basket.
I'll bash it with my bare fist.
I'm going now. Remember, let's get on the ball and stay there.
What am I, a seal?
Miss Brooks, he's in a pretty bad mood this morning, isn't he?
Even for him. But you'd better get busy cleaning out those files, Walter.
Yes, ma'am. They're right in this closet here. Gosh, what a bunch of junk. I'll never be able to sort this stuff alone. Will you give me a hand, Miss Brooks?
I'd like to, Walter, but I've got to go through the mail. Why don't you get Stretch Snodgrass to help you?
Oh, he's working in the supply room this morning. He's supposed to be taking inventory before the clean-up, paint-up, fix-up campaign starts this spring. It seems kind of early to me.
Me too, but Mr. Conklin's a great boy for getting the jump on the other fellow.
I know. I've seen him jump on some of the other fellas. Gosh, poor old Stretch will be lost down there.
Maybe I'd better look in on him and see how he's doing.
I wish you would, Miss Brooks. He doesn't know how to take inventory.
He probably doesn't even know how to pronounce it. Stretch Snodgrass.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
How are things in the supply room, Stretch?
All right, I guess. But I really don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
Didn't Mr. Conklin tell you what to do?
No, ma'am, not exactly. When I got to school this morning, his daughter Harriet handed me a memo from him which just said, go to the supply room and take inventory. Well, I'm on a spot, Miss Brooks.
Why?
I can't find no inventory no place. On top of that, Mr. Conklin just stopped by and bawled me out something awful.
Bawled you out? What were you doing?
I wasn't doing nothing. I was just standing here like a stick.
Well, what did Mr. Conklin say to you?
He said, what's the idea of standing there like a stick? So I said, well, I ain't standing here like no stick. So then he said, who's your English teacher, boy? So right away I said, Miss Brooks is my English teacher, that's who's.
Thank you.
You see, when it wasn't in such a bad mood, I'd have told him what a boot I get out of taking English off you. Right. Sometimes I think I'd like to stay in your class forever, Miss Brooks.
Sometimes I think you've got a very good chance. But, Stretch, Stretch, if you're not too busy at the moment, would you please run down to Mr. Conklin's office and help Walter Denton clean out some old files?
Well, I'd be glad to help Walter out, Miss Brooks. But Mr. Conklin told me to go from here to the biology lab and tell Mr. Boynton to wash all the cages, preparatory to painting them.
Sorry?
Yes, ma'am. It seems there's some kind of campaign that starts in the spring.
I'm familiar with it, Stretch. If you'll join Walter in Mr. Conklin's office, I'll be happy to deliver your message to Mr. Boynton. Of course, before I go to the biology lab, I've got to start my own campaign. You know, clean up, fix up, paint up.
You mean your classroom, Miss Brooks?
Classroom, nothing. Me.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. No other dentifrice offers proof of such results. Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. 2 years' research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgates right after eating, Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgate as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel. Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care. Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay before it starts. Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results. Well, as our Miss Brooks headed for the biology lab, Stretch Snodgrass joined his pal, Walter Denton, in Mr. Conklin's office. They were cleaning out the files in the closet when Walter came to an old letter from the Board of Education. When he finished reading it, he grabbed Stretch by the shoulder.
Hey, Stretch, read this letter.
Let's see. You better read it to me, Walter. I'm saving my eyes for batting practice.
Well, Stretch, it's addressed to Mr. Darwell when he was principal here. It says, Dear Sir, it has come to the attention of the board that you have been flagrantly dictatorial in your dealings with the faculty as well as the student body. As you know, I approve of discipline, but your conduct lately has been overboard. Therefore, please be advised that if you do not reverse your tyrannical methods at once, I will be forced to convene the board to consider your immediate replacement as principal of Madison High. Sincerely, Edgar T. Stone, Chairman. You realize what that means, Stretch?
Yeah. Mr. Darwell better watch his step.
No, Mr. Darwell hasn't been here for years. And Mr. Conklin could never have seen this letter. It was buried under all kinds of junk. Now, all we got to do is get some glue and reseal the envelope. Luckily, it's just addressed to the principal's office, Madison High. I can type in Mr. Conklin's name above it.
Why should we do that, Walter?
So that Mr. Conklin thinks he's going to get the old heave-ho and start acting like a human being around here. Boy, this will be the rib of all time. Now, let me eat that typewriter for a minute. Hand me that glue on the desk.
Here, Walter.
There. All set.
Gee, Walter, you got a mind like Machiavelli.
I don't remember assigning two of you to this detail. Oh, what's that you were about to place on my desk, Denton?
This? Oh, it's just a letter, sir. Miss Brooks gave it to me. She didn't have time to open your mail yet, sir, but I'm sure she'll be back in time.
Stop babbling and hand me that letter.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I got to be running along now.
Oh, one moment. I may have some more chores for you, boy. First, I'll see what the Board of Education has to say. It has come to the attention of the board that you have been flagrantly dictatorial in your dealings with the and also...
Bad news, Mr. Conklin?
What? Perhaps you boys had better go now.
Yes, sir. Come on, Walter. We'll see you later, Mr. Conklin.
Yes. Maybe.
Come in.
I appointed a student teacher to take charge of my study period, Mr. Conklin. Now I can get right to your mail.
One moment, Miss Brooks, before you sit down.
Yes?
Let me dust that chair for you. There, now that's better. Now, are you sure you'll be comfortable in this chair? I'd be happy to get you a cushion if you want me to. It has always been my warmest desire to take the burdens off my teachers, make them as light as possible. If you have any suggestions which might help me achieve this desire, you have but to mention them, and I am your willing slave. Your wish is my command.
I can't recall rubbing any lamps around here.
Now, you just forget about that nasty old correspondence of mine. I was just teasing when I said you'd have to go through all my mail. You toddle on out to the grounds and sun yourself for a while. Then when lunchtime comes, meet Mr. Boynton. I know you're fond of him. Have a nice, leisurely luncheon together.
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to toddle along now, but first there's just one question I'd like to ask.
What is that?
I don't know who you are, but what are you doing with Mr. Conklin's head on? Here's a nice table by the window, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, it's coming, Miss Brooks. Say, the cafeteria's pretty crowded today. Here's your tray. I don't have much of an appetite myself. In my second period, Mr. Conklin came into the lab and brought me a bag of donuts and a bottle of milk. He said anyone who worked as diligently as I did needed more nourishment.
That's funny. He insisted that I take a walk around the campus and get some sun.
I don't know what's gotten into the old... what's happened to Mr. Conklin?
Maybe he flipped.
Flipped?
An undergraduate expression. I can't understand this sudden metamorphosis myself.
Well, he started off the day by roaring into my lab like a wounded bull elephant and asked me why my cages weren't ready for the clean-up, paint-up, fix-up campaign. I tried to explain that I couldn't possibly paint them because I didn't have any Dutch boy.
Couldn't you have used a brush instead?
Dutch boy is the name of the paint, Miss Brooks. But he wouldn't stand still for any explanations at all. Just barked, "Get it done," and stormed out of the office. And then, less than an hour later, he was back feeding me donuts.
Well, maybe he's just yellowing with age. Mellowing.
Pardon me, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton, but could Stretch and I sit down at this table with you for a minute?
I suppose so, Walter.
Oh, we're glad to have you, boy.
Thanks, Mr. Boynton.
I've got some news for you, Miss Brooks, that'll enhance the enjoyment of your lunch 1,000-fold. But it's a deep, dark secret. You and Mr. Boynton have both got to promise you won't breathe a word of this.
Well, I promise. What's the secret, Walter?
Do you promise, Miss Brooks?
Here's a fork. Take some blood.
It's about the letter Mr. Conklin got from the Board of Education, saying he'd be replaced if he didn't stop acting so...
Flagrantly dictatorial in his methods.
Yeah, to both the faculty and students.
What?
No wonder he's been so sweet to us all day.
But suppose Mr. Conklin finds out the letter's a phony.
A phony?
A phony?
Not so loud. There's nothing phony about the letter. It's perfectly legitimate. Except that it was sent to Mr. Darwell 6 years ago.
Mr. Darwell?
Mr. Conklin's predecessor.
Yeah, Mr. Conklin's... Yeah.
I just typed Mr. Conklin's name on the old envelope, glued it up, he came in and read it, and voila! A human being instead of a ramrod.
Well, don't look now, but the ex-ramrod is bearing down on us.
Well, I better be leaving now.
No, you don't. We're in this thing together.
Well, I've got to go paint cages.
If you act suspiciously now, we'll all be painting cages from the inside.
Yeah, just relax. Treat him like an equal. There's nothing he can do about it.
Ah, what a happy sight it is. Teachers and pupils breaking bread together.
Would you care to rip a hunk of toast with us?
Thank you. I did want to chat with Miss Brooks for a moment, if I'm not disturbing anything.
Oh, not at all, sir. Please sit down.
Talk over here.
Yeah, flop.
Thank you so much, boys. Miss Brooks, as you know, I am a great believer in the power of meekness and humility. Therefore, in front of your friends, I come to you hat in hand to seek a favor.
Poor Mr. Conklin.
How the mighty have fallen.
Quiet, boys. What is it you want of me, Mr. Conklin?
Miss Brooks, you have much influence with the student body as well as the faculty. I wonder if you could get them to see me in the same light that you do.
Aren't you in enough trouble already? That is,
I know what you mean, Miss Brooks, and you're right. I have acted the martinet at times, but it's only because of those confounded mottos in my office. On every wall I'm confronted with signs, spare the rod and spoil the child, respect through power, law of the jungle. They goad one, Miss Brooks, whip one into a frenzy of ambition until the real me is submerged, snowed under, suffocated.
Couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Well, why don't you get rid of some of those signs, Mr. Conklin?
Well, an excellent idea, Mr. Boynton. Perhaps I could replace them with more humane and genteel parables. I'm open to suggestions on that score as well.
How about, I have been a marble-headed monster?
Walter, that's very rude.
On the contrary, Miss Brooks, it has quite a ring to it. In fact, it might come in handy as a reminder.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin,
Please, Miss Brooks.
Well, if you say so, Marblehead.
Music to my ears. I've always been ready to criticize others for their shortcomings. Perhaps if I had a list of my own to refer to each morning, it would help me be more tolerant. Do you think you could compile one?
It might take months.
Oh, you Walter Denton. You know, Miss Brooks, I don't believe I've ever mentioned it before, but I love this boy.
I'm sure you do, Mr. Conklin. I can tell by the way the veins stand out in your neck when you say it.
Well, I'm serious about this list of my shortcomings, Miss Brooks. I'll be deeply grateful if you bring a list containing all your complaints to my office as soon as possible. Now, remember, Miss Brooks, don't try to spare my feelings. Give it to me with both barrels. You'll be helping me in the end.
Mr. Conklin, I can't think of anything I'd rather do with both barrels.
Well, I've cleaned up those old files for you, Daddy.
Thank you, Harriet. You're a dear, sweet girl.
Do you feel all right, Daddy?
As well as could be expected, Harriet.
Let me clean some of this junk off your desk. You don't need this old letter anymore, do you?
Old letter? What old letter?
This one, from the Board of Education. The envelope is postmarked 1944.
1944? Let's see there. They must have taken this from Mr. Darwell's files and typed my name on the envelope.
What are you talking about, Daddy?
Harriet, your daddy has been the victim of a monumental hoax. But now the shoe is on the other foot. And believe me, this is the foot that knows how to use it. Must be the committee. I want to see them alone. Harriet, please leave by the other door.
I'd rather stay and see what it's all about, Daddy.
I don't care what you'd rather. I'm at the helm of this ship. Go.
Yes, Daddy.
Come in.
We brought the little reminder for your desk, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. Forgive me for not rising. Without my glasses, I didn't notice that a lady had entered the room.
Watch that, fella.
Indeed, I will. Now, if you'll be kind enough to read me your bill of particulars concerning my various infamies.
We're all going to read some of it, Mr. Conklin. Will you begin, Miss Brooks?
Thank you, Mr. Boynton. Whereas I, Osgood Conklin, principal of Madison High School, desiring to improve relations between myself, the faculty, and the student body. Your turn, Walter.
I do promise to keep the following ever before me as a reminder of past sins of which I am heartily ashamed.
And which I ain't never going to repeat no more. Splendid. Please continue.
Wait till you hear this. I readily admit that on many occasions I have acted like a pompous, puffed-up, ill-tempered, addle-pated blowhard.
Forgive me, but it seems to me you've omitted maladjusted.
Please don't interrupt. That's in the next paragraph. Now, where was I?
Addle-pated blowhard.
Oh, yes, addle-pated blowhard. And on other occasions I have bellowed like a bull.
Screamed like an elephant.
Hissed like a viper.
Snorted like a buffalo.
And otherwise exhibited the behavior of a maladjusted nincompoop.
Oh, there it is. Now, before you go any further, I'd like you all to sign this document for me.
Oh, we already have, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, good. Then perhaps you'd be kind enough to autograph this other manuscript sent from the Board of Education in this envelope postmarked 1944 and intended for my unfortunate predecessor,
who doubtless had to contend with just such perfidious malcontents as you, who stand quaking before me this very moment!
High ground, boys! The bridge is out!
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you K. Dumas' magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier, fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Having expected a one-way ticket to Devil's Island, I thought the punishment Mr. Conklin meted out was comparatively just. However, it was after 7 o'clock that evening before I got home.
Why, Connie, I was beginning to get worried about you. Where in the world have you been all afternoon?
I was doing a little writing, Mrs. Davis.
Writing? What were you writing?
Oh, I don't think you'd be interested. It's not your type of stuff.
I'm interested in everything you do, Connie. Please tell me all about it.
Well, if you insist, Mrs. Davis, but you'd better sit down. This may take quite a while.
All right. There. Now, what did you write?
I wrote, our principal is the best principal that any school ever had. Our principal is the best principal that any school ever had. Our principal is the best principal that any school ever had.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Leonard Smith.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials, using nothing but Palmolive, brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro Golden Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 903, Rod.
903, Red. I know what 903 means.
Yeah, what is it?
It was the number of the rows up on those seats you gave me for the football game last Saturday.
Really up higher. Say, wasn't that UCLA game something, huh? They had a referee for a duck they used.
Where were you sitting?
Well, you see, I'm excited. Bob Hope mentioned my name tonight, and it threw me. Huh?
I say, where were you sitting?
I was up in the broadcasting booth. One fellow from the Chamber of Commerce was there, and he told the announcer that if he didn't get on the air and say what a beautiful sunshiny day it was, he'd stab him with his umbrella.
Well, Californians sure are loyal to the weather out here.
Yeah, you're not kidding. One native Californian sat there and he saw the football, that wet ball keeps sliding out of the guy's hands. So he turns to a tourist and he says, "Well, sir, it looks like they didn't get all the fat out of that football, no."
Well, what was the broadcast like, Red?
Well, if they broadcasted the way it really should have been broadcast, it would probably sound something like this. Well, sir, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in the Coliseum in beautiful, sunny California. Yes, sir, lovely, sunshiny day. Only one cloud in the sky. Starts in San Francisco and follows through to San Diego. This is really the land of sunshine. In fact, there's so much sunshine today, they're spreading sawdust around the field to soak it up. Well, it looks like the game's going to start. Both teams have just rolled out to the field. Rolled, rather. The referee's placing the ball. He seems to be having a little trouble with his life raft there. And there's the kickoff. Number 35 has it. He's moving back real fast using the Australian crawl. He's down on the 45-yard line. Boy, what a splash. What a splash. 6 players were knocked down by the wave. Uh-oh, it looks like a penalty there for an unnecessary ducking. One boy went under over there. There's Johnny Weissmiller just dived off of the scoreboard, and he's swimming out to administer first aid. We now stand by for station identification. This broadcast was brought to you by the new Raleigh cigarette, the only cigarette that you can smoke underwater while writing letters.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Raleigh.
Scientific tests of America's 6 leading brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 doctors have proved conclusively. No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than Raleigh's. So smokers enjoy the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh's. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Raleigh cigarettes.
Anita Ellis sings, "Why Was I Born?"
Why was I born? Why am I living? What do I get? What am I giving? Why do I want a thing daren't hope for? What can I hope for? I wish I knew. You never hear me. I'm a poor fool, but what can I do? Why was I born to love you? Poor fool, but what can I do? Why was I born to love you? 903.
How are things down there in the basement, huh?
Tonight, the story from our Skelton scrapbook of satire is about people who give dinners to impress their friends. Our characters are not fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, they're bums, so let's face it. I've always wanted to say that. You know? Once upon a time, there was a girl who wanted to make a good impression on her boyfriend. She wanted him to know that she'd be a good wife and a good cook. So she worked 24 hours preparing the meal for him. Once upon a time. This is the story of J. Newton Numbskull. Gee, I want to make a good impression tonight. I think I'll wear my hair parted in the middle. Then again, Mom may be going out tonight and she'll want to wear it. Let's see, where did I put my suit? Oh, yeah, under the rug. Gee, what a nice pressing job. A little baggy where the board for the floor are missing there. Now for a clean shirt. Oh, gee, they're not back from Hialeah yet. I'll just wear one of my tuxedo collars and starch the hair on my chest.
Hello, son. Can I come in?
Sure, Bob. Just roll over those Esquire magazines there.
Going out?
Yeah, I got a date for dinner at my girl's. I'm so excited.
Well, you must be. Tell me, have you discovered a new way of sitting down?
I know. Why do you ask?
You got your pants on backwards. Well, what's this girl like?
Oh, she's different from any girl I've ever met. She doesn't drink, she doesn't stay out at night, and she won't kiss boys.
Well, that's too bad. I wonder what she was like when she was living.
Oh, she's very much alive, she is.
Well, then you're dead.
No, stop kidding me. Yeah, I hope I make a good impression on her folks.
And what's your name?
Jessie McLeod.
You mean Keith McLeod's daughter?
Yeah.
Do you know what he does for a living?
I think he's a publisher. Jessie said he was a bookmaker.
Now, look, stupid, you know what kind of bookmaking that is?
No, but he sure got him working like horses for him in Hialeah.
Well, he's one of the biggest small-time gamblers in town. Oh. Why don't you use your head? After all, you're a man with a future. You got a good job.
Yeah, a decoy for dog catcher. Look, Dad, I promise not to marry her unless she is everything Mother is.
Well, I was afraid you'd fall into the same trap I did.
Well, good night, Dad. Hey, what's wrong with this door here?
It opens the other way. Look, it don't open your way.
Oh, yes, it does.
No, it don't.
Yes, it does.
No, it don't.
Now it does.
Oh, all right. Gee, right in the exciting part of my comic book, too.
Hello, sweetheart.
Good evening, darling.
Oh,
thought you were jesting.
No, I always look that way after a hot bath.
Oh. Is Jesse here?
Yes, come on in.
Yeah.
I'm Jesse's father.
I'm glad to know you, and get your hands out of my pocket. Gee, a nice place you got here. You must be a very busy man. Look at all the telephones you got. Goodness.
Sit down and make yourself at home.
Oh, thank you. Gee, I'm out of cigarettes.
You'll find a cigarette machine in the next room.
I'm sorry, it's kind of dark in here. I didn't see that turnstile.
That's all right. Since you're a guest, you can forget the nickel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hey, I put the money in the machine. Now what'll I do?
Pull the lever down on the side.
Oh. Hey, this is a slot machine.
So because you didn't win, eh? Try again. I just had the machine fixed.
What was wrong with it? Was it paying off?
Come on in the living room and make yourself at home.
Okay.
Here, let me check your hat.
Oh, that's not a hat. That's a crease in my head fools everybody.
Tell me, do you love my little girl?
I guess so. Since the last time I saw her, I haven't been able to eat.
Really?
Yeah, I spent all my money in a crap game.
Hello, Newton.
Oh, hello. Gee, you look beautiful. You do.
How do you like my new strapless evening gown?
You want to borrow my belt?
Say, I'm just curious. Where did you two meet?
On a bus. I gave Jesse my seat.
Gee, that's hard to believe.
Yeah, on the Sunset bus it is.
Love at first sight, eh?
Yes, I was so excited I sat on an old lady's lap right next to her, but I got right up. She was knitting.
Well, I'll leave you two lovebirds alone.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, here we are, all alone.
Yeah, all alone.
Newton, you can kiss me if you like.
Oh, gonna play hard to get, huh?
Huh? Then I'm gonna kiss you.
Oh, no.
Take your head out of the fishbowl. Well, shall we go in and eat now?
Yeah.
Of course, I warn you, I probably don't cook the way your mother used to.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Well, I'll just light the candle.
Okay, here's my... Well, what do you know? Roman candle.
Now, Newton, will you help me with my biscuits?
Oh, did you make them yourself?
Uh-huh.
Do you want me to work the derrick while you hook them on?
I think we can both carry them.
Okay, I'll grab this in here. Oh, my. I always wondered how I'd look with bow legs. Hey, let's set them on the table over here, huh? Hey, I want to do something about that hole in the floor. Hey, your face is turning purple. Put your end down. Now slide it across. Oh, careful. If that ever falls on your feet, it'll crush your toes. Here, I'll sit over here. Well, look at that. My favorite dish. Breast of Frankfurter with mustard gravy.
Newton, are you brave enough to try one of my biscuits?
Yeah, I'll take this little one here. Oh, it's hot. It's hot. Oh,
well, don't stand there juggling it. Eat it.
I dropped it. It's a good thing I took a bite out of it. A hole would have gone through the floor and killed the people downstairs. What are you crying about? What's the matter?
Oh, I wanted so much to impress you with my cooking.
Well, don't cry. You're cooling my coffee here.
But they say if you give a man a perfect dinner, he'll never leave you.
Oh, everything is perfect. Could you step back just a little? Your mascara is splattering my shoes. Look, I'll eat all your biscuits if that'll make you feel better. Oh, they're wonderful. I think I busted my baby tooth.
Oh, will you ever leave me, Newton?
I can't. I'm anchored.
Now, medical science offers proof positive
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly.
That star of Sinbad the Sailor, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., says, quote,
"Figures don't lie, and I've seen the figures. Medical science has proved no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat irritants than Rolly. Rollies are better tasting, too."
Right, Douglas Fairbanks. Those tests were based on a method used by the United States government. So, friends, enjoy the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly cigarettes.
David Forrester and his Rolly Cigarette Orchestra play the popular Zippity-Doo-Dah from Walt Disney's picture Song of the South. Chapter 29 of Impressing People is entitled The Boss for Dinner. It never fails. As sure as you want to impress someone, everything goes wrong. And if Junior, the mean little kid, is around, you'll get more than your share of embarrassment.
Junior, where are you?
Upstairs putting on me Sunday suit.
You come down here this minute.
Okay, I'll slide down the banister.
Junior, don't slide down the banister. I just whacked it.
It's too late, kiddo. Open the window. Open the window. Open your door.
Are you hurt?
You mad?
Yes.
I'm hurt.
Look, you tore your pants.
Oh, it looks like the bottom foot out of everything, don't it?
Did you wash like I told you to?
Yes, ma'am.
Good and hard?
I say I struck skin. Look.
What are those red marks on your face?
That came off the soap wrappers.
Junior, you're supposed to take the soap out of the wrapper.
Details. My way the soap lasts longer. Say, who's coming? Are you so fussy today?
Mr. Boomhauer's coming for dinner.
Who he?
Mr. Boomhauer is your grandfather's boy.
Oh.
Well, don't mention anything about him that has been said in the house.
Oh.
We must make a good impression.
I'll make a good impression on him. Where's my baseball bat?
Now, Junior, you don't mean that. You're kidding.
You just keep laughing, kiddo. Boy, you wait till you see him walking around with a lump on his head so big, look like somebody looking over his shoulder. You find out, boy.
Now, that's enough silly talk. And another thing.
What's that?
No panhandling. If you ever mention anything about your starving piggy bank, you'll get it good. Oh, and before I forget, we've hired a servant for tonight, but we're to pretend that he's been here all the time.
Is that who that man is setting the table?
Yes.
Hey, I better take that sign off his back.
What sign?
Don't miss the Jolson story. Hey, what you making?
Sandwiches for our guests.
Who's coming, midgets? Goodness. Why, a mouse would need glasses to find them little things, you know.
Those are hors d'oeuvres.
Hors d'oeuvres? Where'd you get the recipe? From Reader's Digest? Goodness, the name's bigger than the sandwiches, isn't it?
Would you like to try one?
I don't know. They ain't good.
Why are you making such a face? Don't you like it?
Well, the crackers are okay. What's this mess on top?
Now, go play or something. There's so much to do before they all get here.
Hey, you better hide that bottle of Gramps' medicine sitting there. You better, why did he take that stuff anyhow?
Well, he only uses it as his pick-me-up.
As a pick-me-up,
yes.
Huh? Too bad it works the opposite on him, ain't it?
That reminds me, I haven't put any in the punch yet.
Oh, he's going to put his stuff in.
Pardon me, ma'am, but where's the little boy's chair?
Why, it's the one in the corner with the straps on it.
Yeah, and don't forget to plug in the cords.
Tell me, where do you hide your silverware? You do have some without the hotel names on it, don't you?
I'll get it for you. Oh, there's so much to do. I haven't mixed the punch and... Oh, well, I'll pour it in the bowl later.
Poor old Grandma. I'm going to help her. I'm going to pour the medicine in the bowl for her. Maybe they would be tired and need a good pick-me-up. I just poured the whole bottle in. I'll get it, Grandma. Somebody's at the door. Somebody's at the door. We have a new victim. Use your knuckles and stop running up our light bill, yeah? I'm coming. Hello, Grandpa. Who's this charming gentleman with you? What's the matter, Grandpa?
I think we've got the wrong house.
No, he's right.
Junior?
Hey, Grandpa.
Is Mr. Boomhauer with him?
Yeah, old Horseface is here, too.
Horseface? Well, I like that.
You does, really? Well, stick around. I got some better ones, you know.
Nice grandson you've got here, Pat.
Shall I tell him now or let it dawn on him?
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
This is my wife, Verna.
Yeah.
Oh, how are you, Verna? Why, you certainly don't look old enough to have a grandson. Where's the little boy's mother?
She's out picketing storks.
Take my derby hat and put it someplace.
Hmm?
I say take my derby hat and put it someplace.
Now, he ought to know better than that. I'll hang it up for you.
My, what a thoughtful little boy you have here.
Where?
Here, Junior, for your kindness, here's a dime.
Oh.
What do you say, Junior?
You got another one?
Junior.
Don't you hit me.
Shall we go into the living room? Maybe you'd better let me go first in case there's any booby traps.
My, what a charming place.
Well, it's home. Would you care for some fruit punch?
Yes, more punch than fruit, though, you know.
I think I'll have one.
You going to have one? Have you got a license to fly?
You see, we're not really a drinking family.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Pat. Well, here's to you.
Anything wrong?
No. Where did you buy those delicious lemons?
Hey, I help make that. If you want some more?
Well, yes, I don't care if I do.
Okay, but you can't drink it laying down there on the floor. Get out.
Dinner, sir.
Gramps, look what we got.
Junior, it's only our butler.
Oh.
You do remember?
Yes, that's right. Oh, James, would you draw me bath water so I can take a bath? Little boat this afternoon.
Oh, yes, Junior. Dinner is served.
Now, let's put on the beef bag, folks. Come on, here we go.
Verna, can't you send him on an errand or put him to bed or something?
Well, we need some ice.
Well, send him to Nome for some.
Well, is everything ready, O'Brien?
Yes, ma'am. All right, tell me, madam, when I get around to the little boy, do I serve him the regular way, with the chair and whip?
I'll serve him.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You see, I have a wife and 3 kids. Tame, that is.
You sit here, Mr. Boomhauer.
Then I'll sit next to Mr. Boomhauer.
You sit next to me.
Every time we have company, I have to sit next to you so you can pinch me, don't I?
Julia, one more remark and you're going to bed without your supper.
I don't care. I don't have to eat. I will starve. I'll starve. I'll look like a skeleton. I don't mean that dope on the radio either. I will get so skinny that my bones will wither up and just fade away and I'll crumble up and the wind will blow me to... Oh, no, no! I scared me, Joe.
You don't have to go to bed without your supper.
Without my supper?
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
If he was a boy of mine, I'd put him to bed.
Yeah, put him... You stay out of this. She knows how to do it.
Excuse me, please.
My, doesn't that look delicious?
It certainly does. With meat so high these days, I don't blame you for serving chicken.
It isn't chicken, it's rabbit.
Rabbit. Don't anybody move until I find any puppy dogs. Yes, where's my dog? Where's my dog? He's got legs that size. Where's my dog?
What's the matter, Mr. Boomhauer?
Well, I've suddenly lost my appetite.
Now, he'll find it when I find my dog. I'm not going to eat that either.
Now you see what you've done. You've ruined our beautiful dinner.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't think he would really believe it was me puppy dog.
Junior, I think you'd better leave the room.
Okay, I got to find my dog anyhow.
I think I'll have some more of that orange punch. On second thought, I'm not showing very good manners. I came here to eat.
It's okay to eat, folks. Look, I found my dog. Look.
Junior, you go right upstairs to bed.
What for?
I said to bed.
Well, Mr. Fowler next door called me, and I should go see what he wants, you know.
Junior!
Oh, let the boy see what Mr. Fowler wants, dear.
Thank you, Warden.
Very well. But after that, to bed.
I don't know why you're so upset. I know you wanted to make my evening an impressive one.
Well, you know, it just goes to show how the human mind can be tricked by the power of suggestion.
Well, it taught me a lesson. In the future, I'm never going to let anything upset my enjoyment. To show you I appreciate the trouble you've gone to prepare this meal, I'll have some rabbit.
Well, Junior, what did Mr. Fowler want?
Is he through eating?
No, but what was the emergency?
Mr. Fowler says his cat's been missing for 3 days.
Remember, we'll all be back again next Tuesday at the same time. Let's Skelton, David Forrest, and across the Trinity to Alice, Verna Felton, T.T. Thurston, Patrick A. and Juan Little Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Till next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. Thanks for buying Raleigh's. I'll be on the Elgin program.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
A brand of grand aroma. Keeps home sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening during the week. Listen to People Are Funny with Art Linkletter next Friday night, and join us again with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. 903. Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hi, it's time for the Abbott Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott Costello Show.
Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening pleasure with Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Hey, will you stop that yelling? What is all that adhesive tape on your face for?
I took Susan Miller to my neighborhood theater to see The Razor's Edge. I sat so close to the screen that Tyrone Power shaved me 5 times.
Your neighborhood theater is just showing that old picture now?
What do you expect for 3 cents? Oh, it was a swell picture, though. It all takes place in a barber shop run by a rough guy named Dan.
Dan?
Yeah, Dan Gruff. Tyrone Power, a sharp young blade who's keen about King Kenny. Every time he scissors, he works himself into a lather. But she strops him. She gives him the brush, it's no soap, and the rub comes in the end, where he whiskers her away. And the moral of the story is no brush, no lather, no rubbing, no girl, no nothing, no joke, no money.
You idiot. You never saw the picture. And furthermore, I'll bet when you went to school, you were a dumbbell. A dumb skull.
That's all. I have you know that I was a head and shoulders above everybody in my class.
You were?
Yes, I was 15 years older than any one of them.
I would like to see you in school, Lou.
I was teacher's pet.
Teacher's pet?
Yes, we both got expelled the same day.
Oh, they're hot tonight. So don't go away. Abbott and Costello will be back after just the time it takes to tell this. And now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
Hey, Abbott.
All right. Come here, Costello. Who's that girl I saw you talking with?
Huh?
Who's that girl I saw you talking with?
That girl was my school day sweetheart. Her and I used to hook rides on the ice wagon together. Every day we'd ride 7 miles to school sitting on a big cake of ice.
You rode 7 miles sitting on a cake of ice?
Yeah, we were the original dead-end kids.
Oh, forget about her. By the way, where did you get that bump on your nose?
Well, Monday night I went over to Susan Miller's house and I brought her a package of bubble gum. We sat on the sofa and I had my arm around her and she was chewing a bubble gum.
But how did you get the bump on your nose?
How did I get the bump on my nose? Just as I leaned over to kiss her, she had a blow-up.
That must have gummed up your evening.
Not only that, but I may have to have my nose vulcanized.
You talk sense. What happened?
Susan dropped her bubble gum on the sofa and I sat on it. Brother, that stuff's sticky.
Did it damage your clothes?
No, but now I've got the only pair of pants in Hollywood with slip covers.
Now, stop this silliness. You'd better be on your good behavior from now on because Susan Miller is moving into our boarding house today. She's taking the room directly above you, Lou.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Me in room 115, Susan in 215. Abbott, will Susan be in that room all the time?
Well, you know Susan. She goes in and out.
Have you noticed that too, Abbott? Well, anyway, Abbott, you know what I say? I say that,
You better say something.
I say that I'm lost. That's what I... Oh, this is wonderful. The woman I love living right upstairs.
Oh, stop, Costello. You're not in love with Susan. She's just a passing fancy.
Abbott, I wouldn't pass up anything that fancy. Gee, but I hope she likes her room.
Oh, she should like it. She gets bored with it.
I'm glad to hear that, too, because after all... What did you say?
I said she should be happy she gets bored with the room.
If she gets bored with the room, then why did she rent it in the first place?
She's not bored with the room. She's very happy.
You just told me that she gets bored with the room.
That's right.
One of us is nuts. How can a girl be happy when she's bored all the time?
Look, she's not bored all the time. She only gets bored 3 times a day.
Where is she getting all that lumber?
I'm not talking about lumber. I'm talking about boards. Susan eats her boards.
Who feeds her all these boards?
The landlady. Susan made arrangements with the landlady to eat her board 3 times a day. 30 days a month.
I'm moving out of that place.
Why?
That Susan Miller is going to eat me out of house and home.
I'm just trying to tell you that Susan is very happy with her board and she likes the room. That room hasn't got a flaw in it.
There's a cute kid. Just rented the room today, already she ate the floor.
You're not not eat the floor. I simply said there was no floor in the room.
You could be mistaken, you know. Anybody that will eat boards 3 times a day is liable to eat the floor and the doors and the windows.
What are you getting so excited about? What business is it of yours what she does with her room?
I'll make it my business, brother. Her floor happens to be my ceiling. I don't mind you knocking the pots from under me every week, but I ain't going to let that Susan Miller eat the roof over my head.
Costello, you annoy me. All I said was there is not a floor in Susan's room.
Just a second, Abbott. Have you been in Susan's room?
I have.
You opened up the door?
Yes.
You stepped into the room?
I did.
What did you step on?
The floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this man has deliberately and with molasses uppercut been misinforming the public. I rest my case.
All right, Costello, there's no sense in getting yourself into a frenzy.
A what?
Frenzy.
I ain't make up frenzies with nobody.
Now, wait a minute. You know, I'll try to explain by giving you an example. You have a floor in your room. The plaster is all cracked, so you have a floor in your ceiling.
I got a floor in my ceiling? How do you like that? I've been living upside down for 6 years and didn't know it.
Costello, you're all mixed up. I'm trying to tell you that Susan's room is perfect. It has no floor, and she's happy because she gets bored with the room.
Here we go again.
The reason why she likes to get bored with the room is because she's hungry after a hard day at the studio and rushes home and eats like a beaver.
Now he's got her eating beaver boards.
Costello, I don't know why I get into these arguments with you. We argue and fight, and it always ends up the same way. You're just plain stupid.
I am not. I'm pretty smart.
Costello, if you're smart, I'm a monkey's uncle.
Well, I am smart. Now let me see you hang by your tail.
Oh, Mr. Costello.
Yes. Oh, he's back again. Every week the same thing. Look, Norman, why don't you go out here and get yourself a job?
Oh, I've got a job, Mr. Costello. You see, I work in a domino factory. I put the dots on the dominoes.
Why ain't you working now?
This week we're making blanks.
That's exactly what your check's going to look like.
Well, enough of this nonsense, Costello. Have you been studying your script for the new scenes in our new picture, The New Shanghai?
Well, I meant to tell you, Abbott, they're changing the script again, and the director's coming over here tonight to rehearse me in the new scene.
Ah, there you are, Costello. I've got the script here for the retakes on the new Shanghai. Now, you're going to run through it right now. In this scene, you'll play opposite the gorgeous, glamorous Lauren Bacall.
Stand by, folks. There's good news tonight.
So you like Lauren Bacall, eh?
Like her. There's that girl that has got this and that and them and those, and if you want anything else, just whistle.
Very good. I'm glad you like her, Costello, because in this scene, you and Lauren Bacall are seated in a canoe, drifting lazily down the stream. She's sitting in the bow, and you're sitting in the stern.
She's in the bow, and I'm in the stern.
That's right.
You couldn't make that a rowboat and get both of us in the back seat.
Quiet, Costello. Now, as you sit there in the stern of the canoe, paddling along, she looks at you, and her eyes seem to say, "Come to me, Costello. Come to me, my love."
Is that what her eyes say?
Yes.
Then why don't I drop that darn paddle and come to her?
No, Costello, you ignore her. You keep paddling. You need the exercise.
Yeah, but I need the exercise, but this could lead to ulcers.
You're playing hard to get. After all, you're a city slicker.
City slicker? I'm a village idiot. That's what I am.
Now, quiet, Costello. Please, pay attention to the director.
Now then, Costello, a strange feeling commences to creep over you. You're seated in that canoe all alone with Lauren Bacall. You get a feeling that you can't sit still for another minute. A feeling that you must rise to your feet.
It's those cane-bottom canoe seats. They'll do it every time.
The seats have nothing to do with it.
Of course not. Now, Costello, you look forward at gorgeous Lauren Bacall. You look forward, and there she is in all her tempting glory. You can't stand the suspense any longer. Slowly, you begin to inch your way forward, inch by inch.
Inch by inch?
Foot by foot.
Foot by foot?
Yard by yard.
Get me up there, will you? I've only got this boat rented for an hour.
Oh, it's impossible, Mr. Abbott. I can't rehearse with this man. He's too nervous. He should see a doctor about his nerves.
You should see a doctor about your face.
What's the matter with my face?
It talks too much.
Hurry up, Costello. We're on in just a second.
That's right, Abbott, but here's a small place to show off Susan Miller. Let's get her to sing a song.
Okay, Costello. Ladies and gentlemen, here's our singing star, Susan Miller, with the music of Matty Malney.
Picture me upon the street, can't you see how happy we will be? Nobody near us to see us, to hear us, no friends or relations on weekend vacation. We won't tell a soul that we are a thread of Day will break and I'll away and start today a sugar you to take for all the boys to see. We will raise a family, a girl singing, a boy from me. Can't you see how happy we will be? Day will break, I'll awake, start to bake a sugar cake for you to take for all the boys to see. We will raise a family, whatever you abide by. Can't you see how happy we will be?
Slowly I park the canoe. I look up at the lawn bacall and say, the calla lilies are in bloom again. I love the calla lilies. Yes, Father, yes, Mother, the calla lilies are in bloom again.
Costello, what are you doing?
Rehearsing the scene for the picture. I'm acting. What an actor I am, Abbott. If my mother hadn't cut off my curls when I was little, I'd have been another Shirley Temple.
Well, you can cut out all that silly acting.
And you don't need to worry anymore about the picture. They're not going to change it. However, I have some news for you, Lou, but I really don't know how to tell you this, Costello. But your country has called you.
You mean I've been drafted again?
No, you dummy. You're about to receive a great honor. Listen to this telegram that just came for you. It's from Mayor DeVita of Paterson, New Jersey. Dear Lou, you have been chosen to represent Paterson, New Jersey at the next meeting of the UNO.
I have?
Yes, you've heard of the UNO, haven't you?
Oh, I hear about it every time I try to make a date with a girl.
What do you mean?
Every time I ask a girl for a date, she looks at me and says, you? And no.
You know, the UNO is an organization of all the nations of the world. Costello, a great honor has been conferred on you. You will serve your country as a diplomat. You will be a statesman, an official of the government, a man who mingles with royalty.
I'm going to be all that? That's right. Abbott, you may kiss my hand.
No. I don't know why the mayor of Paterson never chose you.
Hey, Uncle Bud, I just saw a messenger boy just leave here. Was that telegram for me?
No, it wasn't for you. It was for Costello. A great honor has fallen on Costello. He has been chosen Paterson's delegate to the UNO.
That's right, Norman. I'm going back there and spread goodwill.
Well, you certainly got the spread for it. Now, Norman. You'll have to treat Costello with more respect from now on. Remember, he's going to be a diplomat.
And a delegate with Jester. Yes, just wait till I get to Europe. They need me over there. That continent has gone back to the horse and buggy days. I'm the only guy that can fix it.
Horse and buggy days? What are you talking about?
Well, somebody is horsing around over there and driving the whole world buggy. Bud, I don't know why they picked Costello as diplomat. I'm the boy for the job. Everybody says I look just like Anthony Eden. You look more like Heaven Eden.
Costello's right, Norman. You could stand some weight. If you gained a little weight, you wouldn't be so lazy.
Uncle Bud, I'm just full of energy. Can I help it if I haven't got the strength to use it?
Norman, we should be proud of Costello. He's going back to Paterson to mix with all the masters of diplomacy.
Yes, I'm going to be a mixmaster. I'll show them guys how to stir up things.
Well, am I interrupting anything, boys?
Why, it's our singing star, Susan Miller. Susan, have you heard the news? Costello is to be Patterson's delegate to the UNO.
Oh, Costello. What a diplomat you'll make. You're so robust, so manly, so muscular.
Susan, I'm Atlas, Hercules, Samson and Joe Louis and Gorgeous George all rolled into one.
You are?
And it's awful crowded, too.
Oh, I'm so proud of you, Costello. I'm going to give you a kiss. A gift of good luck. Now, put your arms around me. There. That's it.
Gee, Susan, when I get close to you like this, something inside me seems to melt.
It does?
I've got to quit carrying that butter around in my money belt.
Well, come on, Costello. I've made arrangements with the finest tailor in town to outfit for your trip to the UNO beach.
Well, I'll see you later, Costello. And as they say in Spanish, mañana o ama. Cheers to you.
And your mama's old army shoes to you, too.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, sir. Costello, this is the tailor, Mr. Sharkskin. Are you ready to measure Costello?
Why, yes, it'd be a pleasure to make a suit for him. What a build, what broad shoulders, narrow hips, and long, tapering legs.
This is me over here. You're measuring the water cooler.
Mr. Sharkskin, this is Costello. He's the man who's having the fit.
Really? Does he always swell up like that?
Sharkskin, one more crack like that over you, and I'll cut you on the fires and pull down your hems.
Mr. Sharkskin, do you have anything that'll fit Costello?
I think so. Here, Mr. Costello, slip into this coat. That's it. There. How's that?
Now, ain't that coat a little long? I can't see my shoes.
Oh, do you plan on wearing shoes?
Don't be so fussy, Costello. What that coat needs is a little more padding in the shoulders, that's all.
A little more. You'd better take some of the padding out. Every time I raise my arm, the shoulders push my hat off.
Costello, you won't be able to wear those pink socks with that outfit.
Those are not pink socks. My shorts drag a little.
All right, Mr. Sharkskin, make the necessary alterations and send the suit to Costello's house.
Fine. Good day, gentlemen.
Costello, you're leaving for Patterson tonight. We've got a lot of things to do.
What, for instance?
Well, Costello, you'll meet all kinds of nationalities at that UNO meeting, and you'll have to converse with all of them.
That would be hard for me, Abbott. I even speak Chinese.
Let me hear you say something in Chinese.
Okay. Feature starts at 1 o'clock, smoking in the balcony, price is changed at 6.
What kind of Chinese is that?
Grauman's Chinese.
You simpleton. French is the diplomatic language, and you've got to learn it. I'm taking you to Madame Petey's French language school.
And now, Monsieur Costello, when you arrive at the meeting, the French delegate, he will bid you welcome, and he will say, ah, bonjour, monsieur, que je suis enchanté de faire votre connaissance, parce que vous êtes le plus bel homme du monde. And then the delegate, he will kiss you like this.
You mind now if I can have my own script back? Thank you. You walk in here, you don't even shut the door. Madam, you will have to forgive me. I have a very, very poor memory. Would you mind running through that again a little slower?
Why, not at all, monsieur. The French delegate, he will bid you welcome like this. Now, pay attention, monsieur. He will bid you welcome like this. And he will say to you, ah, monsieur, que je suis enchanté de faire votre connaissance parce que vous êtes le plus bel homme du monde. You see, and then he will kiss you like this.
sweating. Abbott, do me a favor, will you?
What?
Run over and pick up my suit. I may have to stay after school. I think I need more lessons.
You know, if you stay here and take another lesson, you may miss the plane.
Abbott, if I take another lesson, I won't need the plane. I'll fly to Patterson by myself. Come, Madam Fifi, let us study.
Costello, we're all packed to remember. You're an important delegate to the UNO. And it's one of the requirements of a delegate to know all about history.
I know all about history, Abbott.
You do. I'll bet you don't even know who George Washington married.
George Washington married Salome.
Yeah, dummy, Washington and Salome lived thousands of years apart.
What's the difference as long as they loved each other?
Talk sense.
Now, Costello.
Now, in diplomatic circles, they give a lot of banquets. And you've got to watch your table manners. Now, if you're not sure what fork to use, wait until the hostess has picked up her fork, and then you use the same one.
Nothing doing, Abbott. I tried that once. I waited to use the same fork the hostess used, and by the time she got through with it, there was no more food left on the table.
You tell me I'm talking about the silverware they use at a banquet. As a rule, there are several different types of forks. Set aside beside your plate.
Naturally.
Naturally.
You're telling me I went to a banquet once, and there was 15 knives, forks, and spoons set aside beside each plate. What beautiful silverware.
I'd like to have seen it.
Remind me to show it to you sometime.
Never mind that. Now, when you get to the meeting and you are introduced to the other delegates' wives, remember to curtsy.
Remember to what?
Curtsy like this.
That's a curtsy?
Yes.
I couldn't curtsy. I've got too much starchy in my shirty. You walk.
Oh, I give up. Come on. Our plane leaves for Patterson in a few minutes. Now, we've got to get to the airport. We're going to be at the UNO meeting. Come on.
UNO convention will now come to order. Gentlemen, this is a great year for the UNO, the Undertakers' National Organization. Secretary Toon, and all the bodies, and all the members present, all but the stiff, but he's due here any minute. Delegate from Patterson, huh?
Greetings and salutations, gentlemen. I'm Patterson's delegate for the UNO, and it's mighty quiet in here. Let's get the joint jumping.
Just pull up a slab and sit down. Brother Graves, dig that boy. A lovely thought, Brother Toombs, a lovely thought.
Just a minute. Is this the peace conference?
Yes, my boy, we have peace here. As a matter of fact, that's the slogan of our organization. Rest in peace. And now, Mr. Toombs, place the lily in Mr. Costello's lapel, and let's get on with the meeting.
Just a second. There must be some mistake. I was looking for the UNO.
There is no mistake. This is the UNO, the Undertakers' National Convention. Is there anything else you wish to say?
Yes, just 2 words.
What are they?
And now back for a final word from ABC's Abbott Costello Show.
Well, Costello, it's too bad that we made that trip all the way back to Patterson for nothing.
Oh, that's all right, Abbott. I just as well... I'll get it, Abbott. Hello. Oh, hello. Uncle Mike? What? Aunt May? Congratulations. At 7 o'clock tonight? Where did it happen? Right on Maplewood Avenue? My. How many? 3? Well, hold everything. I'll be right there. Goodbye.
Costello, what happened?
My Aunt May just found a 3-room apartment on Maplewood Avenue.
Oh, good night.
Listen each Wednesday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Banda, and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick and his orchestra. So goodbye till the same time next Wednesday. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is clock. C-L-O-C-K.
Really? You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You'll Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a clerk from the unemployment office. Mrs. Louise Ludwig, and her partner, Mrs. Marjorie Kendall, was selected because of her unusual occupation. And here they are. Ladies, come right up here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word and divide $100, it's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Louise Ludwig?
Yes.
That's you? Where are you from, Louise?
I'm from Honolulu.
From Honolulu?
Yes.
Oh. How long have you been away from Honolulu?
It's been many years since I was 12 years old.
It's been many years since you were 12 years old? Oh, I don't think so.
Shall I tell you how many years?
Well, I don't want to pry into your private life, Mrs. Ludwig. You're a very attractive young girl. I'll keep my mouth shut. And you're married, huh?
Yes, Mr. Martin.
And what does your husband do?
He's a driver's license examiner for the motor vehicle department.
Oh. Well, I'll be mighty nice to you. Marjorie Kendall, you were chosen because of your unusual occupation. Now, what sort of work do you do?
I'm a secretary and part-time genealogist.
Oh, I see. Well, what is a genealogist?
One who trace family lineages, family trees.
Now, Margie, how did you become interested in family trees? Were you looking for termites or...
No, I was looking at my own family history.
Uh-huh. I started looking at my family once, but I stopped when I got the chick. It was frightening. Now, how far did you trace your family?
To 445 AD.
I'd be satisfied if you could trace me back to 4:45 a.m. Although I'm not sure I want to go back there again. Now, Marjorie, why should people want to know their family trees? Isn't that a little snobbish?
Oh, no. It's curiosity on the part of almost everyone to know what their family name means.
How about the name Marx? Could you look up the family tree?
Oh, I did several years ago with
you did?
several other Hollywood personalities.
Is that so? And why should you look up my name?
Well, because it was you were an interesting person, and I've always admired you, and was my favorite comedian.
I've never did anything that any other boy couldn't do. Now, what did you find in my family tree?
Oh, mostly, of course, you have a beautiful crest.
Hey, you look pretty good yourself. What do you mean by a beautiful crest?
Well, there's in the crest.
You mean a family crest?
Yes, sir.
Like two horse thieves swinging from a potted palm?
Two wings that were partly crossed, and a little bit of gold embellished on them. And
you mean I had wings? That was the crest of the Marx family?
Yes, sir.
You mean my forefathers were fan dancers, huh? Now, Mrs., you're with the unemployment office?
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Uh-huh. Where is that?
I work in the harbor area.
In the water? And what are your duties there?
Well, I attempt to find positions for people who are in need of them.
Could you find a position for me?
Well, very possibly. What kind of work are you interested in?
Why should I be interested in work with the racket I've got?
Now, suppose I'm unemployed. You can never tell about sponsors, you know. Of course, the DeSoto Plymouth is different, huh? In a DeSoto, you drive without shifting. You ought to be very happy with me. I'm about as shiftless as they come. What was it? Oh, yes. What kind of jobs do you have the most calls for?
Well, highly skilled technicians and, of course, good secretaries are always hard to get.
Yes, especially for a man of my age. Even fair ones I'm having difficulty with. Now, how is the unemployment situation out your way right now?
As I say, that demand for highly skilled remains prevalent, but the mackerel season is
the mackerel season is on now?
Yes.
Well, how many unemployed mackerel are there? That's as fishy a story as I ever heard. Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000. But first, here's exciting news I don't want anyone to miss.
It's here. It's new. It's designed for you. DeSoto. DeSoto is the car that's a revelation to ride. DeSoto Plymouth dealers now presented nationwide. So drive a new DeSoto before you decide. The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Yes, the brand new 1951 DeSoto is a revelation to ride and drive. The amazing combination of features that brings you a new concept of driving pleasure. Your ride will be more pleasant because underneath that hood is a new, big, higher-powered engine. Smoother because of new Oriflow shock absorbers and synchronized springs. Easier because of feather-light steering. These and many other features add up to a ride that's a revelation. No wonder your DeSoto Plymouth dealer so proudly presents
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Okay, now let's see if you'll get the chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Well, you bet as much of your $20 as you want in each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Okay, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You've selected personalities of the 20s. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
$10? Okay. The Bambino was undisputed king of the ballparks during the 20s. What was his name?
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth is right.
And you're on your way. You have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you bet on your second question?
29.
29, huh? Okay. Who defeated Jack Dempsey twice, the second time in 1927? He was an ex-Marine.
Gene Tunney.
Gene Tunney is correct.
You're really climbing now. You have $59.
You're climbing with $59. Here's your third question. How much you going to go for?
55.
55. Okay. The hop-along of the 20s was a straight-shooting cowboy with a horse named Tony. What was the cowboy's name?
Tom Mix.
Tom Mix is correct.
Now you have $114.
$114, and here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the $114?
Oh.
All of it? Okay, you're gamblers. What was the name of the colorful revivalist who during the 20s drew thousands of people to his meetings?
Billy Sunday.
Billy Sunday is correct.
And you wind up with $228.
Thank you very much.
Fenneman, just a moment. There's something I want to clear up. Remember last week in the quiz, one question was, what do you call the Australian and New Zealand troops of both world wars? You remember that?
I remember the question.
Well, the Austrian war bride and her husband, she said diggers, and I said that was wrong because the official name was Anzacs. Well, a lot of people said diggers was the slang name for him, so we're sending Mr. and Mrs. Schwander $180. Fortunately, it wasn't enough to affect the standings for the big question, so thank heaven that remains the same as it turned out on the show. All right, on with it, Fenneman. Who's next?
We invited some women from the Federation of State Societies to the program tonight, and we selected Mrs. Florence Parsons. Her partner is a husband from the studio audience, Mr. Bob Smith. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. You say the secret word, and you'll win $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Florence Parsons, eh? You're from the Federation of State Societies?
Yes, I am.
What is that? Is that the Confederate Army?
It's an organization of the people from the different states as they come into California.
I see. Oh, I see. Where are you from?
I'm from Williamsburg, Massachusetts.
Williamsburg?
Yes.
What part of California is that in?
Oh, that's not in California. It is in Massachusetts.
Williamsburg. Isn't that where Cal Coolidge came from?
No, he really was born in Vermont, but he lived in Northampton, just a few miles from Williamsburg, 10 miles.
Did you know Cal Coolidge?
Slightly. They said that I had a longer conversation with him than did any congressman that ever cooled his heels in the White House.
And a congressman can cool plenty of heels, too. Do you remember that conversation at all, Mrs.
Yes,
Parsons?
I do.
Could you give us a little of it?
Well, I was visiting a neighbor of Coolidge, and their farms adjoined. And I was sitting in the garden, looking over the hedge, when Coolidge was seen approaching. And I wanted to escape, but my friend...
Why, are you a Democrat?
No, I wasn't, but I was afraid to meet him. So he came through the hedge, and when I was introduced, he said, "Oh, from Los Angeles? A beautiful town. I have spoken there. I hope you'll have a pleasant visit and a safe journey home."
Well, that was very nice.
That was about the extent of our conversation.
Well, that was quite a conversation for sure. I don't think Mrs. Coolidge ever got that much out of him. Your name is Bob Smith?
That's great.
What sort of work do you do, Bob?
I work for a sewing machine company.
A sewing machine? Well, you don't look like you did any sewing.
No, I'm a motorman on a sewing machine.
You're a motorman on a sewing machine? Well, where do you drive it, up Hollywood Boulevard? I suppose old Bobbin pulls it, huh? Well, Bobbin is on a sewing machine. I happen to know because I'm an old so-and-so myself. Now, Bob, where is your home?
I was born in Seattle, Washington, but I left there when I was 2 years old.
Oh. You left there when you were Wanderlust, eh? That's pretty early to leave home, isn't it? Where did you go?
To Alaska.
So Alaska's your home, eh?
No, I went from there to Portland, Oregon.
Is Portland your hometown?
No, from Portland I went to Niagara Falls.
Oh, that's your hometown, eh?
No, went to Washington, D.C.
For a 2-year-old, you certainly got around. Well, I can keep this up as long as you can. Where did you go after that?
Washington, D.C., I went to Dallas, Texas.
The sheriff never got tired, huh? Well, I give up. Let's leave you right where you are, and don't move until I come back to you, will you? I'm liable to be in Tampa by the time I get there. Mrs. Parsons, how old are you?
Old? Why, we never talk of age in the Federation. We are ages.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Parsons. How young are you?
Well, the gypsies tried to steal me when I was 5 years old.
I may steal you tonight, Mrs. Parsons.
This man is a gypsy.
This man is a gypsy?
Yes.
You're a gypsy? You don't look like a gypsy. I thought all gypsies wore bandanas and played the accordion and wore gold earrings. Why, you look just like me. Why is that?
A lot of gypsies do.
Anybody care to have his palm read? Are you married, Bob?
Yes, I am.
How did you meet your wife?
My father introduced her to me.
Well, that was a very friendly gesture on your part. Why was your father so interested in this girl?
Well, he gave $1,500 for her and selected her to be my wife.
It's a lot of money for one girl. How come your father paid $1,500 for your wife?
Well, that's a custom among the English gypsies and among all the gypsies.
Always pay $1,500?
No, not necessarily.
Can you get one for $6.98 or something like that?
Hardly.
How much did your wife weigh at this time?
About 70 pounds.
$1,500 and 70 pounds. Let's see. That comes to about $22 a pound. That's a pretty stiff price to pay for a wife. You can buy caviar for $22 a pound. Of course, it's pretty lonely in the evening sitting there with a dish of caviar. You think your father made a shrewd investment, Bob?
I think so, because very short time after we was married, my wife made enough telling fortunes to pay my father back.
Oh. She should have read her own fortune first, and she'd be $1,500 ahead. And has this marriage turned out successfully? Have you been happy, Bob?
Yes, very successfully. I got about the best girl in the world.
Well, you ought to know. You've been all over the world. Now, Mrs. Parsons, tell us something about your work. What sort of work do you do?
Well, my work is very complicated. It consists of so many details. We have picnics for every state in the Union.
I used to entertain at picnics. I was known as a picnic ham.
In a sandwich?
Yes, in a sandwich. I was boiled a good deal of the time. Well, what is the largest of these picnics?
Iowa is by far the largest. We often have 130,000 at the Iowa picnic. And,
imagine 130,000 people at a picnic.
Oh, we have...
To me, it's no picnic if there's more than 2 people, Mrs. Parsons. And sometimes even then it's no picnic. How much did your husband pay for you, Mrs. Parsons?
Nothing at all.
He got you for nothing? Well, he stole you.
That is as you think.
Well, I certainly do. I think you were a big bargain. Have you been a good wife, Mrs. Parsons?
I think I have. Fairly good.
Oh, you're qualifying it now.
Yes.
Huh? All the time you've been married, you've been good for nothing, eh? That's an old joke, but I've chased this gypsy so much tonight I'm getting weary, eh? Well, this has been an interesting conversation, and if I ever want my palm red, I'll stick it in the bucket of red paint. Now then, let's see how well you make out in the race with $1,000. Now, you've got to run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The unemployment clerk and the genealogist won $228.
Now, here we go. You have $20. You select the scrambled proverbs. How much are you going to bet on your first question?
$10.
You can bet anything you want. $10? Is that all right with you, Florence?
Yes.
I'll call you Florence. Huh?
Certainly.
Now, here's your first question. You're betting $10. What is this proverb? A dolt and his legal tender are quickly disassociated.
Man and his money are soon parted. A fool and his money are soon parted.
That's right. A fool and his money are soon parted.
Now you have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 are you going to risk?
25.
A rotating boulder will not amass a form of lichen.
A rolling stone will gather no more.
A rolling stone gathers no more.
You'll be able to roll up to $55.
Florence, you're a pretty sharp cookie. Now, how much are you going to bet on your third question?
50.
50?
Yes, 50.
Here we go. It is inadvisable to enumerate fowls in your possession prior to the moment of their nativity.
Do not count your chickens
before they hatch. Is absolutely right.
Now you're to have climbed to $105.
Florence, have you been a chicken thief in your earlier days?
No, I never was.
Oh, well, a goose thief or a duck thief or any kind of fowl?
No, nothing of that kind.
Oh, that's a foul question. Here's your last chance to be the other side. What is this proverb? How much are they betting?
They haven't bet yet. All of it. Is that right?
Do you want to bet all of it?
I don't.
Okay. A dual cranium is more acceptable than a single.
2 heads are better than 1.
2 heads are better than 1. Clarence, put it there.
Yes, there you are, because you wind up with $210.
Well, that's wonderful.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you both. That's quite a gap, isn't it?
Well, Groucho, we
all have a tendency to emphasize youth too much, and you see a gal like that, and it's really wonderful.
The secret word, you know, is still clock.
I know, I understand that.
Well, we invited some...
My memory isn't faltering yet.
I didn't mean that.
Even though yours is. No innuendos from you.
We invited some Hawaiian dancing girls to the program tonight.
Now you're talking.
And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Healani Kawela.
Never mind this nonsense. Bring her in here, will you?
And her partner is a fencing master, Monsieur Jean Aeromance. And here they are. Folks, come over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, huh? Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. A fencing master and a hula dancer, eh? Well, this may be interesting. He may cut off her grass skirt. Healani Kawela, is that right?
Helani.
Helani. Where are you from, Helani?
The islands.
The islands, eh? The islands. Which islands? Coney, Catalina, or 1,000?
I'm from Hawaii.
Hawaii? Is that the correct pronunciation? I thought it was Hawaii.
No, that's not right. Hawaii is correct.
Oh, you couldn't say Hawaii just once, please?
That's not correct.
What isn't correct?
Hawaii.
I'm all right. How are you? Hello, Mom. It was a great fight, but I won. And Mr. Harriman's, If you think I'm going to watch you tonight, you're crazy. You're a fencing master, Where are you from,
Brussels, Belgium.
Oh, from Belgium, you were raised in Belgium? You're sort of a Brussels sprout, then, in other words. But are you married?
Yes, sir.
Some fencer. He's got a sword hanging over his own head. Are you married?
No.
Oh, thank the Lord. And praise the grass skirts. I guess it'd be pretty hard for a hula dancer to nod her head yes when the rest of her is saying no. Where do you do your hula dancing?
Well, I work mostly casuals, one-night stands.
Where do you do your work, Gene?
At the Los Angeles Athletic Club and the University of Southern California.
Oh, well, that's a good place for a fence. Exactly what do you do there? Do you pick it?
No, I teach fencing because fencing is a very popular sport now. It's very becoming.
Is that so? It's increasing in popularity?
Very
Well, what is
much.
there about fencing that makes it so popular?
Well, for women, for instance, grace, boys, elegance. For men, fast reaction. Then also the spirit of sportsmanship.
You mean puncturing somebody is a sportsmanship?
Well, in some way, yes.
You carry bicycle tape in your back pocket or something? Suppose I wanted to take up fencing. What would I need?
First of all, a mask, a jacket.
What do you think I'm wearing now?
I was saying a mask, a jacket, trousers, and tennis shoes, if possible.
Tennis shoes? What's that, for running?
No, you want slide when you make your lunch.
Uh-huh. I make my lunch? Don't I carry my lunch with me? Well, wouldn't it be nice if I had a sword, too?
We don't use sword anymore.
You don't use a sword in fencing? What do you use, a mixmaster?
No, we use...
What do you mean, no swords?
We use foil, épée, and sabre.
Épée? Isn't he one of the 7 dwarfs?
No, it's a blade.
Well, épée was a blade, I remember. Well, let's talk about the hula. For example, just what is the hula? Besides a good way to keep warm on a cold night.
Tells a story by dancing.
Uh-huh. And all this time I've been wasting my time reading books. What kind of stories does it tell? Mysteries?
There's no mystery about the hula.
Well, doesn't that depend on whether the grass on the skirt needs cutting? What kind of stories can you tell by dancing?
Oh, you tell love stories, and stories about the trees, the sun, the moon. They're all very simple stories.
Mm-hmm. Well, how does dancing tell a story? I don't understand.
Well, it tells a story by using the hands and the arms.
Mm-hmm.
Each
gesture you make has some significance, I suppose?
Yes, that's right.
And I bet you've told many a story and then tried to wiggle out of it, Well, you've been a very interesting couple, particularly you, Helani. And if I ever do any fencing, you can be sure it won't be with a hula dance. Now you're going to play your bet your life. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenham is going to remind our listeners.
The unemployment clerk and the genealogist are still leading with $228.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected modern composers. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
$10? Okay. Who composed Begin the Begin?
Cole Porter.
Cole Porter is right.
$30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000. How much is the 30 you're going to try?
20.
20? Who composed Summertime?
Gershwin.
Gershwin is right.
And the client is $50.
Now you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50?
40.
40 you're going to bet? All right. Who composed I've Told Every Little Star? Take a guess. Talk it over. And if you don't know, guess. Well, the bell is told. It was Jerome Kern. You should have known that. It's a very, very popular and very well-known song.
You now have $10.
Well, that's a shame. Now, it's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 10 would you bet?
Well, just
10.
Shoot the works? Okay. Who composed White Christmas?
Irving Berlin.
Irving Berlin is right.
And you'll wind up with a grand total of $20, and that means the unemployment clerk and the genealogist with $228 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. All over the country this week, wherever the famous DeSoto Plymouth sign is displayed, people have been stopping, looking, and buying. Yes, and you know what they've been buying. The great new 51 DeSoto. Wherever you see this year's DeSoto, you'll see crowds gathering to admire it. But the real cause for admiration is the ride DeSoto gives you. Smooth, unbelievably comfortable. It's a revelation. What gives this amazing new concept of driving pleasure? Well, a great many features, such as a big new higher-powered engine, amazing new Oriflow shock absorbers, feather light steering. Features like these add up to driving pleasure you never dreamed possible. Yet DeSoto sells for only a few dollars more than the lowest cost car. So follow the crowd to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and see
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Here comes the winning couple, Groucho, the unemployment clerk and the genealogist, all set for the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. One of our presidents served only 30 days, the shortest service in presidential history. For $1,000, tell me who was this president. All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Guess we're wrong, but we thought Buchanan.
No, I'm sorry. It was William Henry Harrison. That was a tough question. But anyway, you won... How much did they win?
$228.
You won $220, so that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $220 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you, and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
By the way, folks, if you have nothing better to do, you might curl up with the February issue of Coronet Magazine and read the piece about me by my brother Harpo. It doesn't make any sense, but I think you'll enjoy it. The February Coronet Magazine. Good night, folks, and remember... Now just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Keep your car in safe operating condition. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bertie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's early evening as our scene opens now. And here in the small house halfway up in the next block, we find three gentlemen of our acquaintance. Mr. Victor Cook, his son, Mr. Rush Cook, and Sade's amiable Uncle Fletcher are seated here and there about the living room in attitudes of ease. And having dined recently and fulsomely, their conversation lacks drive and sparkle. Young Rush, however, seems to have hit upon an interesting passage in the volume of vigorous fiction he's glancing through. Listen.
Say, Uncle, thundered Third Lieutenant Clinton Stanley, pressing his fingers deep into the throat of the counterfeiting clarinet virtuoso. Uncle, screamed the miserable wretch, and the handsome young officer threw his lifeless body over the precipice, mounted his sky-blue motorcycle, and steamed victoriously into the golden rays of the setting sun.
Something all right, too.
What?
Something in my tooth.
Oh, you'll enjoy that.
A fragment of my dinner is apparently lodged between one of the upper bicuspids and one of the adjacent contemporaneous phalanges.
Phalanges are toes.
That's what I say. No, it works out that way sometimes. Stove polish, hyena grease, chest salve, quinine. It all comes to nothingness in the end.
Boy, it sure does. Where's Mama, Geraldine? She went up the street to Miss Kesler's house to return an egg beater. Why didn't she send you? Oh, wanted to indulge in a chat, I expect.
There, I extracted what was in my tooth.
Oh, congratulations.
Life, she has her ups and downs, disappointment and ecstasy. They walk hand in hand.
Yeah. Third Lieutenant Clinton Stanley's handsome face bifurcated into a dazzling smile. Every huge square tooth, the color of new butter, was revealed. He took Lady Margaret in his arms and kissed her, not once but twice. The beautiful woman moaned, grunted, and slumped feebly against a telegraph pole. The young officer drew from his belt a crimson pennant and waved it in the air. What did you do that for?
Huh?
Why did he wave the pennant? Well, he always waves a crimson pennant in the air when he enjoys a kiss from Lady Margaret. Yeah? It's more delicate and refined, see, than blurting right out he enjoyed the kiss. Oh, thunder.
Yes, indeed.
In case he don't enjoy the kiss, he whips out a green pennant and waves it. Oh, my. And then he carries in his belt a brown pennant he waves if he enjoyed a hug Lady Margaret gave him. And a purple pennant he waves if he didn't enjoy the hug. And a gray pennant if he enjoyed the kiss but not the hug. And a burnt orange pennant if he enjoyed the hug but not the kiss. And a maroon pennant if he enjoyed both the hug and the kiss. And a striped pennant. Don't tell me any more, Rush, old pal. Okay. Then he's a fathead. I'd like to forget the subject forever.
Well, I have lost complete track of the conversation, man.
Oh, you've had a tough break. We've been discussing some mighty fascinating matters.
Talking about fascinating matters, take my friend Art McFreely. Art was in a cigar store near the city limits of Sweet Esther, Wisconsin, and he had this complete stranger come up to him and inquire about the relative water levels of the rivers. Beg pardon, Dick, honey?
Your niece has returned.
Fine. Well, this perfect stranger asked him if he knew the relative water levels of the Missouri and the Mississippi River.
They all stuck around, did you? I halfway expected everybody to have sneaked off someplace.
Well, Sadie, honey, finish the supper dishes, I expect. Rush, get up and give Mommy your chair.
She's going to sit on the Davenport.
That makes it perfect.
Uh-huh. Understand you've been gallivanting around the neighborhood.
I strolled up the street and returned Miss Kesler her egg beater I borrowed.
How is Miss Kesler?
Just grand.
I didn't think anybody was that healthy.
I've never seen her look better. Wonderful.
Miss Kesler is wonderful?
Yes.
I was telling the different ones on deck here, Sadie, honey, about Art McFreely.
Oh, really?
You may recall Art McFreely.
No, I don't believe so.
He was a Dixon, Illinois chap.
Well.
He called public attention to himself when he went to Hannibal, Missouri, and married a woman 24 years old.
How old was he?
Art was 26 at the time.
Imagine.
Well, he was almost 26.
Uh-huh.
He was really 25, but his 26th birthday was only a month and a half off.
Oh, goodness.
Nothing wrong, is there, Mom?
How do you mean, Willie?
You got kind of a feverish glitter in your eye.
Oh, ish.
No, but you have. You talk so kind of eager and funny. I noticed the same thing, kiddo.
Oh, some people's imagination. Go ahead with your story, Uncle Fletcher.
Not at all.
You were telling about some Dixon man.
Yes, Art McFreely.
Yes.
Well, Art was in this cigar store
Vic, something is...
Near the city limits of Sweet Esther, Wisconsin.
Hold it a minute, Uncle Fletcher.
Well, that was about all, except for the point of it.
What's the trouble, kiddo?
I just had a fight.
Fight?
With Miss Kesler.
Hmm?
A terrible fight. We went round and round. And it'll continue. Miss Kesler will be over here in a minute. I'd stake my life on it. Because we left our fight up in the air, unfinished and undecisive. You listen. You'll hear her come to the back door. Look at my hand tremble.
What is the nature of this dialogue?
Mom had a fight with a neighbor lady.
Fight?
Yeah, you just stick around if you want to hear people rip into each other. Oh, she'll be over directly. Just you watch. Oh, boy, and will a fur fly.
Well, heck, kiddo, I wouldn't get
Miss
upset.
Kesler is as sweet a little woman as I know. She wouldn't hurt a wet hand. But just because she's had a busy, vexatious, tiresome day is no excuse for chewing a person into little bits. Well, I give her as good as she sent. I had a big monstrous day myself. Oh, you fellas just hang onto your chairs and wait 5 seconds. You'll see a battle that is a battle.
Well, what was the fight about? Did you and
It
Mrs.
wasn't about
Kemp-
hardly anything. It was a little, tiny, insignificant piece of trash that come up in the conversation, and we disagreed on it. But Miss Kesler decided to make something of it. So she pounced, and I pounced right back. And we went at it hot and heavy.
What was the little tiny...
Miss Trogel's shoe size.
Miss Trogel's shoe size?
Yes. I said 5.5, and I know it's 5.5, and I told Miss Kesler 5.5. But no, 4.5, says Miss Kesler. And then, because we were both tired and warm and peevish, we let ourselves go.
Well, why didn't you just call up Miss Trogel on the telephone
People
and
don't do that.
ask her what her shoe size is?
People don't do that.
All you'd have to do is a settled argument would be to ask Miss Trogel herself.
People
what
don't
size
do
shoe-
that. People don't do that.
Oh.
Oh, listen for the kitchen door, Raj.
Okay.
She'll come over. I know she'll come over. Because we left the fight completely up in the air. Unfinished and undecisive. I bet $19 billion she'll be over. You want to see a terrible, terrible battle, Uncle Fletcher?
Sure.
You just stick around.
You're going to have a fight with Miss Kesler up the street, are they?
It'll be the most horrible fight you ever saw.
Andy.
I expect I really ought to push the furniture back against the wall.
I will never forget Larry Wayne from Dismal Seepage, Ohio, that founded the city of Blue Grove, Minnesota, and named every street in it Elvira Jordal.
All the streets were named Elvira Jordal?
Every one.
I should think the inhabitants would get confused.
They did get confused. It was an awful mess.
Huh.
Larry Wayne ended up by marrying a woman 36 years old.
How old was he?
Larry was also 36.
Just you wait.
Kiddo, you're all upset.
Well, of course I'm upset. Who wouldn't be upset?
Well, no, but for Pete's sake.
Hi, Miss Darcy in there. Miss Good? Here she is. Didn't I tell you? She couldn't even wait 5 seconds. Hi, Miss Darcy, lady. Is that you, Miss Kesler?
Yes, I brought you back the cup of sugar I owe you.
Well, come in. We're in the living room, the whole family. My husband's here, and my little boy, and my Uncle Fletcher. Uncle Fletcher, here's Miss Kesler come to call.
Any necessity for screaming in my ear, are they, Sadie?
Here we go. Snarling cats in the barrel. This is going to be a terrible fight. Just a terrible fight.
I believe it's turning a little cooler.
Oh, really, Miss Kesler?
The nicest breeze just sprung up you ever saw.
Mr.
Cook, how are you? Well, and Raj, hello, honey.
Good evening, ma'am.
Why, and Uncle Fletcher. Say, you're quite the stranger. Haven't seen you in a month of Sundays.
Right.
Miss Kesler, you changed your dress.
This old thing.
It's beautiful.
Oh, now listen.
It's darling.
Just happy you like it.
It's so sweet and flimsy and fragile, though. I hope you never caught cold coming over here.
I never catch cold. Knock wood.
No, but a person shouldn't take chances.
You worry too much about me, Miss Cook.
Sit down, dear. Rush, get up and give Miss Kesler your chair.
This is the most terrible fight I ever saw.
More about Vic and Sade in a moment. Now, back again we go to the small house halfway up in the next block. The Cook living room has been converted into a battlefield. And those two valiant gladiators, Sade and Mrs. Kesler, are exchanging heavy thrusts and body blows. Listen to the cries of anguish.
Miss Cook, I don't want you to think I'm leading up to a trade last, but Miss Watson there on Chestnut Street told me down in the 10-cent store Tuesday afternoon. that you make the best peanut brittle she ever put in her mouth.
Oh, Miss Watson's nothing but a flatterer.
I wouldn't say that.
If you're hungry for peanut brittle, I'll have Rush run to the drugstore and buy some.
Oh, no.
I had a chunk of peanut brittle I carried around in my overall pocket a couple of months last winter, but she turned sour on me.
Well...
I never knew I was going to toss any bombshell into the conversation with that remark. Yes, I'm pretty witty when it comes to making observations about peanut brittle.
You're quite a character, Mr. Rush.
Oh, I'm a catbird, I am.
Michigan, Fishigan from Sishigan, Michigan that hangs around the interurban station. Crack kind of a funny joke when he...
Rush, but you're growing tall.
Yeah.
How old are you now?
14.
You're almost as old as your father.
Oh, my.
I believe you are as old as your father.
Well, no, not quite.
You're not sitting in any draft, are they, ma'am?
What did I say? Oh, I meant tall. I meant to say, Rush, you're almost as tall as your father.
Pretty near it, I guess.
How tall is your father now?
5'9.5", I guess.
5'9 3/4".
Goodness, that is old.
Oh, thunder.
Say, Miss Gook, remember when you were over my house a while ago and the subject of Miss Trogel's shoe size come up?
Oh, of course.
I said she takes 4.5, and you said 5.5.
Yes.
It turned out I was right.
Oh, really?
I got to thinking about it and remembered one time at Thimble Club.
Oh, yes, you mentioned that over at your house. You said Mrs. Armbruster was dead certain Miss Trogel took size 4.5.
Mm-hmm. And she also
was... but Miss Armbruster is 87 and gets just a trifle confused sometimes. Remember when she told the ladies her son Walter was a balloonist?
Perhaps he is a balloonist.
Perhaps he's a box of marshmallow cream.
Is that a joke?
Yeah. No. You can accept my word for it, lady. Miss Trogel takes a size 5.5 shoe.
But she doesn't.
I beg your pardon?
She takes a size 4.5. I know,
Because old Miss Armbruster says so, yes. Well, she just made a little teeny mistake.
I wasn't going to mention Miss Armbruster. I was going...
Yes, you were going to say you personally know Mr. Rogers down at Rogers' shoe store.
No, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say...
Mr. Rogers
that little Charlie Husher once ran an errand for Miss Trogel, and I remembered his stopping half hour. Yes, indeed. He was taking a pair of shoes to be repaired, and he showed me the packet, and for some reason or other, the shoe size was written up.
Excuse me, I beg your pardon.
Ladies, really now.
You keep well, do you, Mr. Gook?
I'm as healthy as a horse.
Rush, you look fine and strong.
Oh, I'm in pretty fair shape.
He's almost as old as his father.
Yes, he is.
Oh, thunder.
And what about Miss Trogel's shoe size?
Excuse me. Not at all.
If you ladies would enjoy listening to the frank opinion of the numbskull.
Oh, say, the cup of sugar I brought over. Where is it?
Rush, what'd you do with the cup of sugar Miss Kesler brought over?
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Well, you've been in the room all the time.
Well, I know I've been in the room all the time, but does that necessarily mean...
I remember. I left it out on your kitchen table. Sure, that's what I did. I left it out on your kitchen table. I'll go get it.
Oh, no, I'll go get it.
Oh, you do no such thing.
Oh, Rush will go get it.
Rush, you sit right where you are.
Well, Vic will go get it.
No, Vic is remaining in his chair.
Uncle Fletcher will go get it. Miss Kesler, Uncle Fletcher will go get the cup of sugar.
No, he's almost out there now.
I'm almost out here now. See, what did I tell you? Ever listen to such a fight in your life? Oh, but she's determined. I hate fighting and clawing and stabbing like we've been doing. But is there any reason why I should give in like some little rabbit?
I'll never forget a certain section hand that worked as straw boss out of Wilmington,
Uncle
Ohio.
Fletcher, did you ever witness such goings-on?
What?
This terrible fight that's going on.
She's a bloody battle and no mistake.
I detest violence and noisy screaming just as much as anybody else does, but I'm not going to just sit quiet.
Hey, am I the foolish girl?
Be quiet.
I'm not talking.
Be quiet. Oh, we're rude as we can be in here, jabbering away while our company tries to get a word in edgewise. What'd you say, Miss Kesler?
I say I certainly am the foolish girl.
Why?
I brought a cup from over home, but I brought an empty cup, no sugar in it.
No.
Yes, you didn't. I did.
Oh, you're fooling.
I'm not fooling.
This dialogue is beginning to exhaust the various brain cells.
I'll run over home in a minute and get the sugar. Certainly am the silly girl.
Well, I'd have done the same thing myself.
Sure. No, I'll trot back in a minute.
Well, I'd be glad to trot
You
back.
keep well, do you, Mr. Cook?
Oh, so.
You're almost as old as Rush.
Yeah, almost.
How old are you now?
Well, on the 27th day of next February...
Miss Cook, I just thought of a proof Miss Trogel takes a size 4.5 shoe.
Oh, really? Why, how strange. I just thought of a proof she takes a size 5.5.
That's quite a coincidence.
Well, isn't it?
I'll tell you my proof.
I'll tell you mine.
When I visited East St. Louis last fall, I called up Miss Strobel, wanting to borrow a pair of sneakers. She don't... Oh, excuse me.
Holy smoke.
Of course, this doesn't make the slightest bit of difference.
About Miss Strobel's shoe size? Oh, goodness, no.
But to finish what I started to say...
Yes. Well, I'll finish what I started to say.
Well, surely.
Telephone ring. There, I've got telephone.
I get it.
Yes, you get it. Mr. Gook will answer it, Miss Kesler.
Oh, I know he will.
Get it, Vic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not at all.
You're getting tall, Rush.
Yeah. You're almost as tall as the telephone. Yeah. How old is the telephone?
They're laughing.
Oh, I know.
Hello? Oh, hello, Fish.
Michigan from Michigan, Michigan.
It's Michigan from Michigan.
Grand.
Yeah, sheer ecstasy. What's on your mind, Fish?
A dear friend of Mr. Gook.
Oh, is that so? You know, I was thinking I'd give Miss Strobel some easy slippers for Christmas this Christmas.
Okay.
Size 5.5.
No, size 4.5.
She wears size 5.5.
I believe we disagree on that. Just the teeniest, tiniest bit, Miss Gook.
Sure thing, Fish.
It's not that I care a darn one way or the other.
Fine, Fish.
No, nor me either.
Okay, Fish.
Only I do have this proof.
Bye-bye, Fish.
See, when I visited East St. Louis last
Who was that,
fall...
Vic?
Huh?
Who was that on the telephone?
Michigan from Michigan.
Well...
Said the courthouse just blew up.
Well, what do you know? This is a friend of Mr. Gook.
How grand.
Just called up to tell me my job has been given to another guy and that the police have a warrant for my arrest.
He's awful nice.
Also, he said the world will come to an end by noon tomorrow, and there's 40 wild tigers in this part of
Well,
the
that's
town.
just splendid, but, Vic, maybe we oughtn't to talk family talk when we got company. Miss Kesler, I think you started to say something.
Oh, yeah, yes, I did. What was it? Well, last fall when I went to East St. Louis...
I'm the rude, impolite, mean girl. You asked me to tell you my proof about Miss Strobel taking a size 5.5 shoe, and then I never went ahead and told it. Well, here
I have to skip home and get that sugar.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh, I don't need that darn old sugar.
It won't take me 2 minutes.
Well, maybe Vic or Rush could trot over.
No, sirree, sir.
Will you be right back?
I'll be back before you can say Jack Robinson.
Well, don't run fast or catch cold.
I won't.
And don't trip and fall down.
If I do, I'll go boom.
Is she gone?
Yeah.
You heard the kitchen door close?
Yeah.
Did you ever see such a fight, Vic?
No, I never did.
Did you ever in all your life see such a fight?
More about Vic and Sade in just a moment. Well, sir, returning to the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block once again, we find our friends pretty much as they were when we left them a few moments ago. Mrs. Kesler has not as yet returned with the cup of sugar, and during her absence, Sade is recapitulating the late bloody battle for the benefit of Vic, young Rush, and Uncle Fletcher.
Did you hear her lash out about her trip to East St. Louis?
Oh, it was fearful.
Well, I think that was the most terrible part of the fight. When she started to tell about East St. Louis, and I started to stab at her with my body blow about meeting Miss Strobel down in Yamilton's store. Uncle Fletcher, don't you think that was the most terrible part of the fight?
I went all wishy-washy inside and clenched my fists in terror.
Why, it was murder.
I had to hold my chin in my hand to keep my teeth from chattering.
And just think, in a minute or two she'll be back, and we'll start it all over again.
Do you manage to keep well, lively, Rush?
I'm in pretty good shape, I guess.
Let's see, you must be about as old as your father.
Oh, I'm a little older than he is.
How old is your father?
Oh, about 5'9 1/4.
I'm older than that. I'm 5'9 3/4.
You're about as old as Miller Park Lake.
Oh, Miller Park Lake is 6 feet high.
That's what I say.
Just think. In a minute or two, Miss Kesler will be back, and we'll start the terrible fight all over again.
I'm going to make a telephone call.
Does the telephone manage to keep well these days, Vic?
I'll talk to it and see.
Person does talk to the telephone. Never thought of that before.
Yeah, and it talks back.
Absolutely.
I wonder how awful this fight is going to get.
There'll be dead bodies everywhere.
7654J, please. Correct.
Hey, Hey,
Beg pardon?
that's Miss Trogel's number.
I know it.
What you telephoning about?
I'm going to make a certain inquiry.
What inquiry's that?
Miss Trogel's shoe size.
No.
I'm merely going to ask...
People don't do that, Vic. They just don't.
Well, I'm a people that gets tired of a lot of nonsense and junk. And hello? Who is this? Margaret? Oh, how are you, Margaret? That's fine. Mama home?
People don't do that.
Anthracite and bituminous coal. Lovers like roses in December must part and weep.
Oh, I see, Margaret. Mama and Papa are over at Ada and Keith. Uh-huh. Well, say, Margaret, maybe you can tell me something. Do you happen to know what size shoe your mama wears?
Oh, that poor little baby.
Oh, heck, my Margaret must be 11 years old.
Oh, I see, Margaret. And you're sure that's correct? Uh-huh. Well, thanks very much. You bet. Goodbye, Margaret.
What size did you wear?
Well, see, I'll tell you. Margaret informs me...
Hey, lady. Here's your naughty neighbor girl again. Here she is. The battle's on again. Now, look, everybody, keep out. I'll do my own fighting. Well, that didn't take long. Everybody keep out. I'll do my own fighting. I didn't forget the sugar this time. Oh! I'd forget my head if it wasn't attached to my neck.
Oh, my.
I'm sure it's getting a little cooler out. I believe the weatherman in the newspaper said cooler. Well, Mr. Rush, still here?
Did you think I joined the army?
Yes.
I see.
Rush, how you're growing.
Uh-huh. I'm almost as old as my father.
And here, Mrs. Gook, is your sugar. Thank you.
You'd think the woman was handing you a quart of diamonds, Sadie.
Yes, Uncle Fletcher. Say, lady, I've been thinking about... Oh, excuse me. Go ahead. All right. I was thinking about Miss Trogel's shoe size.
You're enjoying some more complicated dialogue.
You were going to say something about Miss Trogel's shoe size, Miss Kesler.
Yes.
So was I.
I hope you don't think I keep harping on the same subject.
Well, not at all.
Because it doesn't make the slightest bit of difference.
No, it certainly doesn't.
I'll tell you what I was going to say.
All right, and before I forget it, I'll tell you what I was going to say. Tuesday afternoon, I talked to Miss Trogel.
Tuesday afternoon, I talked to Miss Trogel.
Really?
She told me her shoe size.
She told me her shoe size.
4.5.
5.5.
How could that be?
Miss Kesler, I've known Miss Trogel for many years. She is one of my dearest friends.
Are you related to Mrs. Trogel?
Well, no. Are you?
It's a very distant connection.
Ladies, I'd like to put in a word.
We're talking, Vic.
I'd like to put in a word just the same. I can tell you what shoe size Miss Trogel takes.
What size is it?
I have your undivided attention?
Yes.
When Mrs. Trogel goes downtown and buys a dress shoe for going out evenings and visiting people and taking trips and patronizing the picture show, she asks the clerk to show her a size 4.5. But when she purchases a shoe for around the house and for housework and for walking and going downtown shopping, she takes 5.5.
Oh.
Her daughter Margaret tells me she owns 2 pair of shoes size 4.5 and 2 pair of shoes size 5.5.
When she talked to me Tuesday about shoes, she was talking about comfortable shoes for around the house.
When she talked to me Tuesday, she was talking about dress shoes.
Well, that ought to settle that.
So your girls are both right.
Burley W. Rostingy, that tried to get the southwestern part of eastern North Dakota to secede from the Union, married a woman 19 years old and hit her on the head with a coal scuttle immediately after the wedding ceremony, so there wouldn't be any doubt in her mind who was boss. I remember Burley and Rostingy very well.
I'm trying.
So is Mrs. Kesler.
Now they're going to hug each other.
Yeah.
What do you know about that?
Tears and hugs. Tears and hugs teaches us a great truth about women. What great truth does it teach us?
I don't know.
Tears and hugs, they teach us a great truth about women.
What's the great truth?
I don't know either.
I don't suppose there's any use of my apologizing, Miss Kesler.
You apologize. I'm the poor, miserable creature that ought to apologize.
Would you be willing to forget the whole thing?
Would you?
Yes.
Hey, who'd go for a snort of lemonade?
I sure would.
Lemonade, she hits the spot around this time of the evening.
Hey, Miss Kesler, wasn't that some fight we had? It was horrible. We lashed out at each other like wild tigers. We clawed and chewed each other like mad dogs. Oh, boy, it was a terrible fight. That was the awfulest fight I was ever in my whole life.
So we end our visit at the small house halfway up the next block with radio's home folks, Vic and Sade. Listen again next Thursday, same time, same station, when the F.W. Fitch Company again presents Vic and Sade. Vic and Sade is written by Paul Reimer, directed by Roy Windsor. This is Jack Fuller speaking.
Myers, makers of Mom, the vapor deodorant, and Frank Ellis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern transcribed with our guest tonight, Ed Wynn, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meets eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Where was I last night? I went to the opera. Yes, the opera, you know, Misery with the French horn. Yeah, Duffy, there's two kinds of people that go to the opera, you know. There's them that goes because they think it's the thing to do, and then there's their husband. Yeah. Then there's the type that goes they go just because they get free tickets. Yes, I had a very good seat. In fact, for opera, it was the best kind. Yeah, I was behind a post in the last row. And guess who I met there? He's coming down here tonight. Ed Wynn. Wynn, Duffy. As if if you're married, you can't. Huh? Who is he? He's one of those lowbrow comedians. Yeah, you know, the kind that gets laughed. You can't place him? Oh, look, Duffy, remember in the old days when you turned on the radio and you used to get a lot of static? Well, if the static giggled, it was Wynn. Yeah. Well, look, Duffy, I think we've had enough fun for one nickel. I'll call you back.
Hey, Mr. Archie, how'd you like the opera last night?
The opera, well, Eddie, was sort of in between.
In between?
Yeah, too loud for sleeping and too soft for snoring.
How'd you happen to go?
What do you mean, how'd I happen to go?
Well, when you left here, you was cold sober.
Well, I thought I told you. You know, I had an Annie Oakley. You know that Senor Vermicelli from the opera company?
Yeah.
Well, I waited on him the other day, and he asked me if I liked opera, and before I had a chance to answer, he gave me a free ticket.
Well, with the kind of service you give people, you deserved it. Well, yeah. Didn't you like nothing about the opera?
Well, just one thing.
What?
The blonde sitting next to me. She and her and me and... Well, anyway, we had quite a literary discussion about music. And somehow I happened to mention about the opera that I wrote.
The opera you wrote?
You seem aghasted.
You ain't never told me you wrote an opera?
Well, Eddie, I don't tell you everything. Like, for instance, I didn't tell you that I took a bath last week.
Did you?
Well, no, I'm just using it as an example.
You write an opera.
Why not? Some guys shoot pool, some guys go out with dames. I happen to write operas. And mine is one that the people will be able to understand, too. Now, take last night. There was a lot of suffering going on, you know, but nobody knew why. With my opera, it's going to be different.
You're so right.
As I say, why is it that people enjoy an opera on the radio so much, Eddie?
Why?
A very good question. The reason is it's because Milton J. Cross keeps interrupting, you see. He makes everything clear, and that's what gave me the idea for my opera. I wrote one with a built-in commentator.
Who's going to be this commentator?
Ed Wynn. I'm going to try the opera out here tonight, and Ed Wynn will do the commentating. And, Eddie, this opera can't miss. I can see it already. It's opening night. My name is up in lights. Limousines driving up. Ladies with evening gowns. Men with tails. Oh, hello, Finnegan.
What you doing?
Writing an opera.
Oh. Is it tough to write an opera?
No, not at all.
How does it work?
Simple as ABC.
Oh, yeah? How does that work?
Well, Finnegan, to write operas, you got to visualize. You know, for a stupid guy, you got a very intelligent face.
Thanks, George.
Yeah. I'm sure that if you had been born with a forehead, it would have been a high one. Well, as I say, you got to visualize the thing as a whole.
In the head?
In your case, yes. Now, as I say, if you visualize...
what's that word again,
Visualize.
Do you mind if I ask you a pertinent question?
Go ahead.
What's the meaning of the word pertinent?
Finnegan, I'd answer that question, but I failed to see where it is irrelevant.
Well, thanks, Arch. I think that covers it.
Hey, Archie, did I hear that you wrote an opera?
Yeah, that's right.
And you're going to put it on here tonight?
Why not?
Should I tell him?
Look, Miss Duffy, just because you studied singing with that broken-down Yasha Slavnik...
Broken down?
You heard me, broken down.
Archie, I'll have you know that Yasha Slavnik is a very high-priced teacher.
How much does he charge?
$15 a lesson.
$15 a lesson?
Yeah. Of course, if you pay cash, there's a discount.
How much is it then?
20 cents. Of course, to get the discount, you have to bring your own piano.
Naturally, but even Miss Duffy at 20 cents, I think the guy is still robbing you.
Oh, yeah? Yasha says that I'm his most promising pupil.
He does, huh?
Yeah. And believe me, that's quite a compliment coming from a man who once shook hands with Nick Lucas.
Well, maybe we can use you tonight.
As a singer?
Certainly not as a showgirl. Now get in the back room and start practicing.
Well, why do I have to practice?
I would like my opera singers to practice what they speak. Now, let me see. Who else could we get to sing the other parts?
Say, Art, Eddie tells me you're putting on an opera tonight.
That's right, Joe.
Do you need a singer?
Everybody wants to get into the act. Yeah, Joe, we need a singer. You want to audition me?
Okay. Orito Pagliaccio. Singers run in my family, you know.
I can see why. Joe, maybe you better stick to singing the praises of Vitalis, huh?
Well, naturally, that I do with more enthusiasm.
Well, tell me why, Joe, in so many words.
Because Vitalis keeps your hair well groomed. Vitalis tames down dry, unruly hair and helps hair that's been dried out by sun, wind, and water. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains two of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. You'll look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Well, Eddie, I got the opera finished.
That's nice. What you going to call this masterpiece?
Well, I was thinking of calling it Carmen.
That's a tricky little name.
Thank you. It don't make sense, of course, but it has a nice operatic feel.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me just polish this thing a little now. This half note here, I think I'll change that to a quarter note in case the little dame sings it. You know. Now, this minor fifth, I think I'll make that a demented fourth. Yeah, that's a lot better. Now, let's see.
Hey, Art, that guy that just come in.
Yeah?
He looks like an idiot.
Finnegan, that's Ed Wynn.
Hello, Archie.
Finnegan, I think you was right.
You know, I hope I'm awfully late, Archie.
You hope you're late. Why?
Well, my first joke depends on it. I thought that was clever when I put that in there. I had an awful time getting here, Archie. I had an awful time, really.
Yeah? Well, didn't you take the number 8 bus like I told you?
The number 8 bus?
Yeah.
For heaven's sake, no. I came the hard way. 2 floors.
Hey, that's a very funny joke. Well, Mr. Wynn, I'm glad you came down here tonight. You see, I got a little proposition.
You know, that reminds me of a joke.
What's the joke?
Well, it's the joke. I think you'll enjoy this, you know.
Yeah?
It's the joke about the fellow who brought a girl home to the girl's father, you see. Now, you got to follow this. So the father says to the boy, says, "What have you done to my daughter? Look at her. She's all suntanned." Where'd you hear this? So the fellow said to the girl's father, he said, "Well, I took her to the beach." And the father said, "You did, eh? Well, you leave this house and never darken my daughter again." Did you get that? What a good joke.
Well, anyway, you see, I was to the opera last night.
Did I ever tell you the joke about the man who had only 2 teeth, Archie?
2 teeth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Man had 2 teeth. One in his upper jaw and one in his lower jaw. This is very funny. One day, the tooth in the lower jaw said to the tooth in the upper jaw that we ought to get together for lunch sometime. No kidding. You know that's good.
Well, Mr. Wynn, as I was saying, I went to the opera last
that
night.
reminds me, you know. Archie, I'm in quite a predicament.
A predicament?
Yes, I've been having trouble with my stomach, and the doctor told me to diet. But he didn't tell me what color, you know.
I can see I'm in a bit of a predicament myself.
Yeah?
You see, I went to the opera last
that
night.
reminds me of another one. Just what you said. Do you like food, Archie?
Wouldn't sit down to a meal without it.
That sounds funnier than anything I've said so far. That's a dirty trick, Adam. Well, I'm glad you like food anyhow, Archie. If you want a wonderful dinner, I want you to take down this recipe. Will you do that?
Okay.
Well, now, first, you take a large turkey and you clean the turkey very carefully. Then you take a goose, which is a little smaller than the turkey, and you place the goose inside of the turkey. Now, inside the goose, you place a little duck. Then inside the duck, you put a chicken, and in the chicken, you put a squab. What a dish this is. Inside the squab, you put an olive, you see.
An olive?
Yeah. Then you cook the whole thing for about 3 hours, and it's wonderful.
I imagine the part around the wishbone must be great. But as I was saying, Mr. Wynn, you see, the trouble with opera is that the people don't understand it, you
Archie,
see.
last week I took my girl to the opera, Archie. What do you think happened?
What?
Well, you'll enjoy this. I keep laughing because I love life, you know. I'll tell you the whole story. I took my girl to see the opera Goddamn, you know.
Watch your language, please.
Oh, all right. We're making this up, you know, as we go along. So far, he's ahead of me.
Surprise, surprise.
Shall we start the whole thing over again?
No. Take it from the Goddamn.
All right. Anyhow,
What happened?
I took my girl to the opera, got a damarang, and I didn't hear one word of the opera, Archie.
No?
She talked and talked and talked all through the opera. I didn't hear any of the overture. I didn't hear any of the singing. Even after the opera, she kept talking. I heard none of the opera, got a damarang. And last night she called me up again, and she asked me would I like to take her to the opera, this time for Rigoletto. Do you know what I said? I said, I'd love to take you. I've never heard you in Rigoletto.
Well, Mr. Wynn, as I was saying, I went to the opera last night and decided that people don't understand opera, so I wrote myself with a commentator, and I want you to be the commentator.
Well, why didn't you say so before?
Well, I tried to, but you seem to have a slight impediment in my speech. What, will you do it?
Oh, I'd love to do it. You know what I'll do, Archie? I'll go out and put on my opera clothes. I think this is going to be a lot of fun.
Miss Archie, this opera, this Carmen. Yes? This, Mr. Wynn, is he the gentleman that's going to make it clear? Yes. He's going to do sort of a commentary. Hey, a commentary? I guess I'm pretty good with the jokes myself. I must send that one into the Reader's Digest. Well, I hope they got a reader that can digest it.
This is something personal. It's something that both men and women should be aware of, and that's your own freshness and charm. Trust Mum for that. M-U-M. Mum. For Mum is the underarm deodorant with a unique cream formula that protects freshness all day, all evening. It smooths on in a jiffy. It's gentle. It's safer. Because it contains no harsh or irritating ingredients, Mum is safer for skin, for clothes, and most important, for your charm. So remember, after every bath and before every date, smooth on Mum. For you see, your bath washes away the past, but Mum safeguards the future. And because Mum is so effective, you will never experience that left out feeling. Really, personal daintiness can play a most important role in your future, in business as well as romance. Don't neglect it. So if you want to be sure you're nice to be near, depend on Mum. M-U-M. Mum.
Now, look, Finnegan, when Mr. Wynn is finished with the commentation, I want you to holler, bravo.
Bravo? What's that?
It's an operatic term, like in baseball you say, kill the Empire. But we better get going with Carmen. Mr. Melnick, we're all ready to start the opera. Now, if there's anything that confuses you, Mr. Wynn has some program notes, and we'll be very happy to add to the confusion.
Well, as the curtain goes up, we find ourselves in scene one. I think that's odd. Now, scene one is a cigarette factory. We know it is a cigarette factory because there are doctors walking in and out of the building. Now, suddenly Carmen appears, and she works in the cigarette factory. She's a young girl still in her nicotine. Now, Carmen is very popular. She has hundreds of boyfriends, and she gives each one of them a lock of her hair. Carmen, or as her friends call her, Baldy, she is dressed in very gay colors. She is wearing a yellow blouse and a checkered skirt, and as she walks down the street, men whistle at her. They think she's a taxi cab, you know. Carmen enjoys this little game and keeps her motor running. I think that's very subtle. That's fine. At this point, our hero, who is Don Jose, he enters. Don Jose speaks to Carmen.
Well, me petite cucaracha, Chili Billy Bean.
Who are you, senor?
I am Don Jose, a gay caballero and hombre about town.
Ain't you the Uno? Wait. You are not Don Jose, the great lover.
You see this badge?
What does he say?
Tamale inspector.
In Spain, this is a very big joke. At this point, Carmen discloses that she is Carmen, and Don Jose discloses that he is Don Jose. Or is it the other way around? Well, it doesn't matter, just as long as it's clear. Anyway, Carmen and Don Jose sing a duet.
I am Carmen, and I'm no prude.
What a hunk of punctured. Mr. Wynn, in case we have some dopes here, perhaps you better explain the word punctured.
Punctured?
Yes.
Well, that means that Carmen is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
You see, that's the idea of punctured. Of course, I don't like to be catty, but a great deal of her beauty is due to makeup, you know. In fact, Carmen wears so much makeup that if you want to kiss her, you have to drill for it, you know. Anyway, in the next scene, we see Carmen sitting on a park bench. Don Jose sneaks up behind her and puts his hands over her eyes. Both of his hands. Then he whispers in her ear. He says, Carmen, do you love me? And she says, of course I love you. Who are you? This makes Don Jose suspicious. Our next scene is the public square. The square speaks.
Buenos dias. Who are you, pig?
I am your hated rival. I am Don Schlemilio.
You are Don Schlemilio?
Yes.
I am Don Jose.
And I am Don Carmen.
I love Carmen.
And I love Carmen.
And I love Carmen.
You love Carmen?
Yes.
Once again, the infernal triangle.
I love her, and he loves she.
If he loves her, then I hate he.
He loves me.
And so does she.
This makes it fun for love of me.
Oh, I hate you.
And I hate you.
But I hate you more than you hate me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do. We hate each other with a love so true. By now, Don Jose and Don Schlemilio hate each other. And the audience is in a pretty nasty mood, too. Well, anyhow, in the next act, a complete year has passed, and Carmen has gotten quite heavy. But Don Jose does not care. He still worships the very ground she sinks into.
Ah, Senorita Carmen.
Da.
Carmen, can you ever forget that night in Madrid?
Sure. Was it worse to you?
Zuza, Carmen, why is it you are so mean to me?
It's because I hate you.
Ramboli. Then why for you go out with me?
It's because I love supper.
Then, Carmen, marry me. Carmen, I love you. Will you marry me?
I will marry no one. I am fancy free.
but I cannot live without your love. I am a lost little dove.
You met a fool. The one I love is me.
You know, it's a wonderful opera, this is. In the next act, it is the day of the big bullfight. Now, there is much excitement, and everybody is having a good time. We even hear the vendors walking up and down through the arena. Get your red hot bull burgers, yeah! Get your bull burgers, yeah! Well, there is much excitement, and the toreadors are having a good time. And now the bullfight starts. Don Familio faces the bull. He is a ferocious beast, and his nostrils quiver as he paws the ground. And the bull is pretty tough, too. But Don Familio and the bull stare at each other. They cannot decide who will make the first move, so the bull tosses him for it. You think that needs repetition or something? There was a lull there. The bull tosses him for it. I want to send that to some other comedian. In the meantime, we're still talking about Carmen. Okay. In the meantime, Don Jose has proposed to Carmen again. This enrages Carmen, so she kills Don Jose. This gives Familio an idea, and he kills Carmen. Not to be outdone, Don Jose gets up and kills Familio. And as the three of them lie there on the stage waiting for the undertaker, they sing.
And now I feel I must drop dead.
Drop dead.
I fear that we can never wed.
Drop dead.
The time has come when I must go. Time now to
Drop dead.
Drop dead.
Drop dead. Mr. Wynn, I think you should explain that last part to the audience.
Archie, I've listened to this opera for 10 minutes now.
Yeah?
I think you should explain the last part to the audience.
What do you mean?
Drop dead.
Mister, we're sure of it. Try just one tube of Benex Brushless Shave Cream, and we're sure you'll use Benex for life.
Yes, we're certain that Benex, B-E-N-E-X, will give you the best shaves you've ever had.
Benex gives extra easy shaves, thanks to a special beard-softening formula.
Benex is extra smooth, lighter, so different it rinses off your razor instantly.
Benex gives you extra comfort. A special after-shaving action leaves your face feeling wonderful.
Just try Benex. See for yourself. That's Benex, B-E-N-E-X. Benex Brushless Shave at your nearest drug counter. Get Benex tomorrow.
Why do you suppose there's so many people all over the world waiting to come to America? Sure, you know the reason. It's freedom. Freedom, the most wonderful word in the world and our most precious possession. Unfortunately, so many of us take freedom for granted. There are millions of people in the world who would give anything to be able to do something you do every day without thinking about it. I mean a simple thing like listening to news on the radio. We hear news without distortion of fact. Few people in other countries do. And this is only one of a long list of freedoms we Americans enjoy. But we must work to keep our precious freedoms. Work at being a good citizen by voting, by keeping informed, making our opinions known. and resisting all attacks on our political and religious rights. We must all do it, for freedom is everybody's job.
Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern Transcribed is brought to you by Mum, the safer deodorant, and by Talis for well-groomed hair. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley, with William Bendix as Riley. Being an average boy, Junior Riley suffers most when his faith in his father is shaken. And once in a while, Chester A. Riley shakes Junior's faith. Not on purpose, of course, but then, does poor Riley ever do anything on purpose? For instance, the other day, Riley and his wife were in their living room when Junior came in.
Well, say, Mom.
What is it, Junior?
Did you see my baseball anywhere?
Yes, it's over on the piano, and I wish you'd stop leaving your things all over the house.
I'm sorry, it won't
Your
happen.
mother's right, Junior. You've got to learn to be neat. A place for everything and everything in its place.
Well, I don't see the ball.
It's on top of the piano, right behind my shoes.
And while we're on the subject, Riley, just what are your shoes doing on the piano? You told Junior about being neat. And
Now,
then you
wait a minute, Peg. I got a good reason why my shoes are on the piano. Last night when I went to the poker game, you said to be home by 12, but I didn't get home until after 2. So I took off my... Peg, why are you picking on poor Junior? Junior, get out of here with that ball already.
I'm going. Gee, I'm glad I found it. I thought I was lost. Now I can get that uniform.
Uniform? For what?
A real baseball uniform. I got $15 saved, and I'm selling the ball for $5. That'll do it.
$5? But the ball only cost you a quarter.
Yeah, I know. I make $4.75.
Hey, that's profit. Why, if he keeps making that kind of money, you know what he's liable to wind up?
Mm-hmm, a used car dealer. Junior, how can you possibly sell that ball for so much money?
Well, Harold's willing to pay.
Yeah, who's this sucker, Harold?
Oh, don't get it, Bill. He's got plenty of moolah. Hey, he wants it on account of its autograph. Look, there.
Leo DeRocha. Well, hey, it's worth more than $5 if it's signed by Leo De... Wait a minute. When did DeRocha sign this ball?
Oh, he didn't, but Harold can't tell the difference.
What? You mean to tell me you... Well, that's the crookedest thing I ever heard of.
But, Pa, your father's right. That's out and out dishonesty. I'm surprised at you, Junior.
Oh, well, gee, I
can't believe it. My own wife's son.
Now he's my son.
Is this the way I brought you up to forge signatures?
But, Pop, you forged it.
Son?
Junior Riley, don't you try to squirm out of it by blaming your own father.
Peg.
But he did. Ask him.
I don't have to ask him. I just know your father doesn't forge signatures. Why, I'd bet anything.
What odds would you give me?
Chester Riley.
You mean to say
I
that
just did it for a joke. I forgot all about it.
You see, I told you Pop did it.
Well, never mind who did it. That ain't the point. The point is you tried to take advantage of some poor kid.
Oh, he's a rich kid. His father's a banker.
That's no reason to rook him. I don't care if his father has $1 million. This is a democracy, see, where everybody's equal. Take away this guy's $1 million and he's a bum like I am.
All right, Riley, that's enough. I'm sure Junior realizes he was wrong.
No, he better.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to buy that uniform.
Now, you don't have to pull nothing crooked. If you need a uniform, you can come to me and ask me for it.
Oh, okay, then. Will you give me the $5, please?
All right, I got it right. That's funny. I thought I had some. Well, I'm a little short of cash right now. I'll give you a check later. I haven't got my checkbook with me.
But you haven't got a checking account.
I'll give you the cash later. I left it in my other suit.
You haven't got another suit.
Yeah, well, this signature looks like the real thing.
Riley?
Okay, I'll get him a uniform.
Oh, that's swell of you. Say, will you get me one that has a number on the back?
Now, look, if I was you, I wouldn't be so choosy. With your ideas, you'll be lucky if you don't wind up with a number on your chest. Well, Peg, what do you think of it? It's a nifty little uniform, huh?
Well, it doesn't look very new.
Well, there's a reason. It's second-hand.
Oh, second-hand?
Well, a new one's $20. It was a lucky break I found this in Sullivan's second-hand shop. He had a whole bunch of them there.
Oh, Junior will be disappointed when he finds out it's second-hand.
No, he won't. You see, I'll tell him this is the same uniform I used when I was a kid. And I happened to run across it in the attic.
What good will that do?
Why, for years I've been telling him what a great ball player I was. He'll be proud to wear this uniform.
You were a great ball player?
Well, sure. I remember one game in high school I made 5 home runs.
You mean you struck out 5 times?
Don't tell me. I was the batter.
Don't tell me. I was the pitcher. Some ball player.
Now, Jimmy, don't have to know that. The main thing is you like this uniform.
And suppose he doesn't believe you found it in the attic?
He'll believe me. I'll sprinkle a little dust on it. You got any dust in the house?
Oh, honest, Riley, you sometimes...
Oh, there's Junior. Now, let me handle this my way.
Say, Mom, is Pop... Pop, you got my uniform.
Yes, sir. Ain't it nifty,
Oh,
huh?
thanks. I'm going to try it on. Hey, Pop, this uniform isn't new.
Well, it's better than new. It's got a history. Son, this is the same suit I wore when I was your age. First baseman for the Brooklyn Dodgers.
When you were 13 years old?
I mean, the baby Dodgers, in the juvenile league. First baseman.
Oh, well, gee, I never knew you were on a regular team with a uniform and everything.
Oh, sure. I played hundreds of games with them. Oh, if this uniform could only talk. What stories it could tell.
You're doing all right by yourself?
You should have seen me at bat. I used to murder that ball. Killer Riley, they called me.
Gee, Killer Riley. Oh, you must have been good.
Well, if you pin me down, yes. Why, once Babe Ruth saw me play. Kid, he said, keep it up and someday you'll be one of the biggest. That's what he said, one of the biggest.
You're one of the biggest, all right.
Yeah, you see, even your mother says so. Well, Junior, would you like to wear this uniform?
Would I? I bet it's a lucky uniform.
I only hope you'll be worthy of wearing this uniform in which I rose to such great heights.
Riley, will you please put out the garbage?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, say one thing, Pop.
Huh?
If you were so good, how come you never made the big league?
Big league?
Yeah,
Well,
how come, Pop?
well,
Yes, dear, I'd like to hear the answer to that one, too.
You would. Well, you see, it was my mother. I had lots of offers, but my mother kept saying, first finish school. First finish school.
Yeah?
And by the time I finished school, I was too old.
Come on, let's play ball already. Oh, hold your horses, Bert. Hey, gee, that's a swell uniform, Junior. Boy, you got all the luck. I wish my father had been a ball player. Come on, let's play. Oh, my father was tough. They used to call him Killer Riley. I see him run out of the park every time. You know, once Babe Ruth saw him playing, he said, Boy, he's big league material.
No kidding.
Ah, you're full of hot air, Junior. Oh, yeah? Well, I got this uniform to prove it, haven't I? And my father doesn't tell lies. I still think it's a phony. I think your old man's a phony, too. Well, you take that back or I'll sock you with it.
Okay. I take it back. That's your own way.
My father's on the level. Well, come on, let's play ball.
Hey, Junior, what's that tag on the inside of your sleeve? Huh?
What tag? Will you let go? What do you think you're doing?
Oh, stand still.
Will you let go? You're going to tear it.
Oh, so your old man wore the suit when he was a kid?
Sure he did.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
And they called him Killer Riley.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, no wonder. Hey, look, fellas, look what it says here on this little tag. This uniform property of the State Reformatory for Juvenile Delinquents. Your father's a jailbird. Is that you, Junior?
Yeah, it's me.
Hey, you're wearing my baseball uniform. Oh, you look great, son.
Pop, was this really the uniform you wore when you were a kid?
Why, what makes you ask?
You know, please tell me the truth. It's important.
It is? Well, of course it's my turn.
Okay.
But it's yours now, and I hope you had the same luck I did when I was a kid.
Thanks.
Oh, seeing you in that suit takes me back 25 years. I remember the first time I put it on. I was the proudest kid you ever saw.
You were proud?
Yes, sir, and when I stepped out on that field, they watched every move I made.
I'll bet they did.
Killer Riley, they called me. What a slugger I was.
Yeah, I know, you told me.
Yeah, not only hitting. My real specialty was stealing. I stole more in 1 year than any kid on the whole team.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Nobody had a record like I had. I remember the time... Where are you going, son?
To my room.
Oh, sure. I guess you want to rest up for the big game tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
Who's umpiring the game, Jimmy?
Well, we don't know yet.
Well, how about me? I'm not busy.
Well, no, Pop. Please, the fellas, well, there'd be trouble.
Oh, no, it's no trouble at all. I'll be glad to do it.
Oh, but Pop...
Now, not another word, Junior. It'll be fun. I haven't been on a baseball diamond since I was a boy. It'll be just like old times. Only this time I'll be on the outside looking in.
Pop, excuse me, I got something to do.
Yeah. Oh, what a wonderful thing. He's so proud of me, he's crying for joy. Hey, Junior, here I am.
Pop, you came.
Well, sure, I told you I'm going to umpire. I've been hunting all over for you. You said you'd be on the North Diamond. What are you doing away over here on the South Diamond?
Well, you see...
Oh, it just don't matter. I found you. Where's your team?
It's over there.
Well, wait a minute. Why aren't you wearing the uniform?
Well, none of the other kids have one, so I didn't want to.
Well, what are we going to do? We can't find anybody to umpire.
But, Junior, didn't you tell him I'm going to umpire?
Oh, swell, mister. Who's this guy, Junior?
My father.
Oh. Hey, fellas, I can't get anybody to umpire. I've been all over. We've got an umpire.
Oh, swell. Who?
Junior's father here.
Oh.
Hey, what's all the things up?
Oh, we got an umpire.
Yes, honey, I'm going to umpire.
Swell, I'm Bert Simpson.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Riley, Junior's father.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter? Why are you all staring at me for? Oh, I see. I got my coat buttoned wrong. Well, come on, play ball.
Okay, fellas, let's play. But I'm playing this game with my wristwatch on. I'm not letting the umpire hold it. You cut it out, Bert.
That's Bert's a great kid. Well, let's play ball. And remember, you kids, don't try to pull anything, because I'm on to every crooked trick there is.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Yeah, you can say that again. Play ball.
Come on, Bert, we need this run. Knock one over the fence.
See, right?
What? What's the matter? You blind? That was a mile wide.
Ah, that was a strike. 3-2. Play ball.
Come on, Bert. Make this one count. Knock it out of the park. Atta boy, Bert. He walked you.
Strike 3. You're out.
Look, that was way inside.
I curved over the plate. You're out.
What did you learn how to umpire? In reform school?
That's enough out of you now. Get back to the bench.
Cut it out, Bert. I knew we shouldn't have let that jailbird umpire.
Who are you calling a jailbird?
Yeah, everybody knows you went to reform school.
What?
Everybody knows. Oh, lay off, Bert. Mr. Riley's okay.
Thanks, Eddie.
What if he did go to reform school? Lots of ex-cons go straight.
Sure, lots of ex-cons go straight. Wait, who's an ex-con? Junior, what are you standing there for? You heard what he said about me. Tell him he's lying. Well, go on, tell him.
Now, Pop, don't make any trouble.
Don't make any trouble? Well, he called me a jailbird. He said I went to reform school. Tell him it ain't true. Tomorrow he'll be saying I got hung.
Pop, go on home. Forget it.
I won't forget it. I won't stand for it.
Come on, fellas, let's go. This game's over.
So wait, fellas, come back. Let me explain. How can you think I went to reform school? I can prove I didn't. I never even took the entrance exam. I mean, wait, come back. What a revolting development this is.
We'll have the second act of the life of Riley in a moment. It's an all-family favorite. It's Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Mother says,
I could hardly believe the difference in my hair after I used Prell. Prell leaves hair so soft and smooth, radiantly lovely.
Dad says,
hey, Prell really goes after unsightly dandruff quickly. Leaves a man's hair with that clean, well-groomed look.
Yes, even Sonny says,
that Prell tube's sure on the beam. No waste or spill. Prell's fun to use.
Yes, families everywhere agree on Prell. First, because Prell leaves hair more radiant than any soap shampoo. It can't leave a dulling soap film. Prell leaves hair soft, smooth, easy to manage. Second, doctor's examinations prove that Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, and that regular Prell shampoos control it. And Prell goes farther than any known shampoo, cream, or liquid. Try
Prell shampoo.
And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Riley, what are you talking about?
I'm telling you, reform school. Junior thinks I went to reform school. That's what they all think.
Oh, but that's impossible.
Don't tell me. I heard them. They all stood around calling me names. Jailbird, ex-con. And Junior, he didn't even open his mouth. He just stood there agreeing with them. Fine son he turned out to be.
Oh, now wait, Riley, relax.
How can I relax? This is all your fault, Craig.
My fault?
This is what happens when you disobey me.
Disobey you?
Yeah. When you told me you were going to have a baby, I ordered you to have a girl. But you had to have it your way. Boy, am I glad now that I never paid the doctor. It serves him right for giving me a son that thinks I'm a crook.
Oh, stop it, Riley. You're getting hysterical.
I'm through with that kid for good. I'd go and spend my last $5 I got to my name for a uniform. I'm cutting him out of my will.
Oh, no. Calm down, Riley. Let's talk about this sensibly.
I don't want to talk sensibly.
There must be some explanation. When Junior gets home, we can find out what it's all about. Where is he?
I don't know, and I don't care. Left me there all alone. Went off without saying a word. After all I'd done for that boy. When times was tough, we didn't have nothing to eat in the house. But Junior got his bottle of milk every day.
I know, dear.
That was no cinch for me getting that milk. 3 times the milkman almost caught me. Now he has the nerve to think I could be a crook. Actually, oh, what's the use?
Wait a a minute. Where are you going?
I'm going out.
But Junior will be home soon.
I don't care. I'm hereby resigning as his father. And to make it legal, I'm taking his birth certificate and marking it null and void. Oh, what a mess. I never thought Junior would do this to me. You can't trust nobody. Everybody lets you down.
I'll never let you down. Unless it's necessary.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby O'Dare, the friendly undertaker. Going my way.
Oh, I'm just walking, Digby, and trying to forget what my own son did to me.
Ah, yes. Boys can be a problem. Yesterday, a gang of hoodlums pilfered a sign from that big laundry across the street and hung it on the door of my business establishment. Oh, I was furious.
Why? What did the sign say?
If we are closed, drop your bundle down the chute.
Yeah, kids can be awful. Junior humiliated me in front of all his friends.
Oh, my son Mustang humiliated me once. Yeah. The income tax collector once came into my office to question my return. So I said to my son, Mustang, go to the vault and get me the figures. Foolish boy.
Why, Diggy?
He went to the wrong vault. Just what did your Junior do?
He thinks I'm a crook.
Why, that's what posted it.
Not only Junior, all his friends saying I was a jailbird. And my own son didn't even stick up for me. Oh, you can't depend on anybody. Not your son, not your friends. Except you, big old pal. You'll never throw dirt in my face.
Riley, you can't depend on anybody. Junior should have stood by you. It's his filial duty to be loyal.
Yeah. Digger, I got an idea. I'm going to teach that kid of mine. I'm going to tell him I did go to reform school. And then I'll say, what are you going to do about it? Leave home? Stop taking money from me? It'll be kind of a loyalty test.
Well, there's a lot of that going on. Last week, an FBI agent came to me, trying to locate a certain customer of mine. And when I gave him the information, he got very excited.
Oh, why? What did you say?
I told him the man he's looking for went underground last month. Cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Junior, is that you?
Hello, Mom.
Now, come here, young man. What's this nonsense about your father going to reform school?
Well, didn't he?
He did not.
Mom, I'm old enough to know the truth. Why try to hide it from me?
But this is the most ridiculous. I never heard of such a thing. Now, look here, Junior. I've known your father for over 20 years, and I'm telling you he never went to reform school.
Well, maybe he kept it a secret from you, too. Mom, I've got the proof.
What proof? What are you talking about?
Well, you know that uniform. Peg, wait. Oh, there you are, Junior.
Riley, you've got to straighten this boy out right now.
That's just what I intend to do. Junior, I've got news for you. I did go to reform school.
Riley, what on
That's
earth?
no use keeping it from him any longer. I went to reform school, all right. Now, what are you going to do about it?
That's all I wanted to know, Pop. I just wanted you to level with me. I'll be right back.
Riley, have you gone crazy?
Hey, Bert, come over here.
Junior, come back here.
Wait a minute, Peg.
Yeah, what do you want, Junior? You call my father a jailbird. Oh, what about it? This is what about it. Oh, my eye, my eye. So next time you make a crack about my father, you'll get double.
Hey, he stood up for me. Did you see the way he poked that Bert? He just wanted me to trust him. It ain't every son who'd go to bat for a father who's an ex-convict. Oh, this is the happiest day of my life.
But, Riley, you're not an ex-convict.
No? Oh, yeah. Ain't it a pity?
But now Junior thinks
I was just testing him. I'll straighten him out. Oh, Junior, you're stuck up for your old man. I'm proud of you, son.
Look, I just wanted you to be on the level with me, Pop. I don't care what your will was. I think you're okay.
That's the way I like to hear you talk, son. But now, brace yourself for a shock. I got some disappointing news for you. I never went to reform school.
Oh, Pop, I thought you were going to trust me.
No, honest, Junior, I was never in a reform
Oh,
school.
cut it out, Pop.
But, Junior, believe me,
Don't worry, Pop. I can take it.
Now, Junior...
I'm not a kid anymore.
Look, Junior, it was just a test. I wanted to...
forget it, Pop.
Look, Junior, all right. Have it your way. I was in reform school. I was the worst juvenile delinquent they ever saw. I was absolutely incorrigible. I committed every crime in the book, all the way from larceny to arsony. I went up the river so many times they called me Salmon Riley. Ask your mother. She was my mom. Now I hope you're satisfied.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. First place with all the family. That's Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Mrs. Mildred Runge of Chicago, Illinois, writes,
In my family, a shampoo has to really be good to please everyone. And Prell has won that honor. Yes, for real cleanliness, radiance, and manageable hair, we're all cheering for Prell.
And Prell will be a favorite with you, too, once you see how quickly Prell removes unsightly dandruff. Leaves hair shining with radiance. Ask for...
Prell shampoo leaves the radiant gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. Prell shampoo.
But, Pop,
Look,
the
Junior,
uniform.
I'll explain it all over again. That's not my uniform. I never had a uniform. I just said so to get you to wear it. I bought it in Sullivan's Hot Shop. Look, here's the bill.
Oh. Well, then you never really went to reform school.
Of course not.
Ah, gee.
Well, I'm glad we got that straightened out. What a couple of days I had.
And it serves you right. I hope this teaches you a lesson not to make up crazy stories. Telling him you have a record.
Well, to be perfectly honest about it, the story wasn't all crazy. In 1930, I was sentenced for a life term.
What?
Hey, don't you remember, Dumpling? That's the year we got married. Folks, this is Riley, alias William Bendix. We can attack cancer through medical care. Our contributions during Cancer Control Month will help provide vital research, public education, and medical care for all. Cancer is your enemy. It might strike your home. Make your contributions today to the American Cancer Society in your city or Los Angeles 5. Let's do this for our own sake. Good night.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Reuben Shipp and Alan Lipscott. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Bigger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker. And remember, for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L. Prell Shampoo.
Please listen carefully. Only one day left for Lava's sensational offer, so hurry. Get 12 large-sized gladiolus bulbs for only 25 cents and one Lava soap box front. Make your garden a show place. In each set of 12 gladiolus bulbs are 6 beautiful varieties, such as red flaming sword, gorgeous pink picardy, and others, guaranteed to bloom this year or your money back. Ordinarily, they'd cost 3 times as much. Here's all you do. Simply mail 25 cents and one Lava soap box front with your name and address to Lava Soap, Cincinnati 1, Ohio. Order several sets and have exquisite cut flowers for weeks. But don't delay. This offer, good everywhere in the United States except Montana, expires tomorrow midnight. So to be sure to get your bulbs, hurry, send tonight. This is your last opportunity. Remember, mail 25 cents in coin and 1 Lava Soap box front with your name and address to Lava Soap, Cincinnati 1, Ohio.
Listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. And now stay tuned for Truth or Consequences. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Hi, Doggy's Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. How to do the most good for Pine Ridge with $10,000. That's the question that Diogenes Smith left behind for Lum and Abner to solve. In lieu of the fake $10,000 honesty contest, Diogenes left a check for that amount to the whole community as his farewell act. Lum has turned to the citizens of Pine Ridge and asked them to bring in their suggestions as to the best way of spending Diogenes Smith's gift to the town. As we look on the little community today, we find Lum and Abner in their Jot 'em Down store and library. Listen.
Hi, Doggies, look, Lum. This box here for suggestions is almost full already.
Oh, yeah. Folks has been bringing in their ideas and dropping them in the box all day long here. Surprising what one little call on the party line can do.
Yeah, well, did you tell them we actually had that check for $10,000 from Diogenes?
No, I just made it sound like it was a sort of a contest.
Oh.
Said, if you had $10,000, what would you do with it to do the most good for Pine Ridge? And I told them the Jot 'em Down store would give away a box of groceries for the best idea.
Oh, I see. Well, no wonder we've been getting so many suggestions. Well, come on, let's read them, Lum, see what they got to say.
Well, it's nearly closing time, so I don't reckon we'll be getting any more in today, no way.
No.
Set the box over here, Abner, so we can sit down while we read them.
Yeah.
That's the time.
Put it right here, huh?
Yeah. Hope we can pick out sort of Heidi that Diogenes would like, as long as this is his money and his plan and all.
Yeah.
Fact is, I wish he was here to help us decide. He knows a lot about doing good for folks and all that.
No, yeah. Listen here, Lum. The best thing to do with that money is buy a terrible good pinball machine. Signed, Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson?
Yeah.
Well, that ain't from no Mr. Peterson. That's from Cedric. Let's see that handwriting.
Well, it says Peterson right on it there. Look there.
No, that's Cedric. Yeah, look at that writing. Look how you spell machine. M-A-S-H-E-E-N.
Yeah. It's supposed to be an I someplace, ain't it?
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, throw that away. Let's see. Here's one from Ezra Seastrong.
Ezra?
Yeah. I would take the $10,000 and build a new schoolhouse for our children, because this is where our young'uns get their start in life.
Well, that sounds good. I believe I'd vote for that right now.
Wait a minute, there's some more to it. I would suggest a good, strong brick building with a nice big office for the school board in it. I might have known Dad. He just wants that schoolhouse because he's president of the school board. I'm again this idea right now.
Yeah, well, I still think a nice schoolhouse would be an awful good thing, old Lum.
No, that idea's out. At least till I get elected back to my old job as president of the school board. Yeah, read some more of them suggestions there.
Let's see. Doggos, here's one from Clark Gable.
Clark Gable?
Yes, sir.
Well, what's he doing sending one in? Oh, that's bound to be a mistake, or you read it wrong.
No, sir, his name's right on here. It says, I reckon ain't no one thing that would be better for Pine Ridge than to put in 3 or 4 pinball machines.
Oh, for goodness sake, that's Cedric again. Just compare that handwriting with that other one he sent in.
Oh, yeah, I thought him and Clark wrote an awful lot alike.
Yeah, I don't know what makes Cedric think he can fool us that way. Yeah, here's one that's all typewrote. It says, a good way to use the $10,000 would be buy a nice new shiny pinball machine. Signed Grover Cleveland.
Grover Cleveland? Who's that?
Why, it's Cedric, of course.
Huh?
Anyway, I believe that's all that boy thinks about. I wish Luke Spears would fix it so Cedric could win on that machine at the restaurant just once. Then maybe he'd get this pinball idea out of his head.
Well, is Cedric's real name Grover Cleveland?
Oh, of course not. He's just copying down these names out of a book or something. Read some more of the suggestions there.
Well, here's one from Aunt Charity Spears. She says, why not put the money in some safe place and then just use it to buy victuals for folks that's hungry and soup and flowers for folks that is sick and ailing. Well, bless her heart.
Johnny, that's just like Aunt Charity, ain't it?
Yeah.
Always thinking about doing for others.
Yes, sir. A body couldn't do no better than to pattern himself after Aunt Charity.
Yeah. You know, I believe if Dodge and East could have stayed in Pine Ridge and picked out a winner for his honesty contest, I believe she'd have won the thing hands down.
Oh, of course she would. Of course she would. Doggett, here's a curious one.
What's that?
It's from X29 of the DTD unit. Says he can't give out his name because it's a military secret.
Oh, it must be a soldier. What does he say?
Says all the members of the DTD unit, Dick Tracy Detective Unit, think you ought to use the $10,000 to buy...
To buy what? Oh, wait a minute. That don't say pinball machine, does it?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Oh, dear goodness. No wonder that box of suggestions got filled up so quick. Don't read any more that's in his handwriting, or that says anything about pinball machines.
No, I won't.
One more of them things would drive me stark raving mad crazy.
Well, here's one says, no, same thing.
Granny, listen to this, Abner. It's from Squire Skimp.
Squire?
He says, in the event that you are actually contemplating distributing a sum of $10,000 to benefit our peaceful and thriving little community,
big word,
I would like to have the opportunity of discussing this matter with you in private. I have several excellent plans which will triple your money in a relatively short time.
Yeah, I might have known we'd get something like it from Squire. Don't reckon he's fishing we actually got that $10,000 check, do you?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm a little feared of it. Somehow or other, that Squire can tell where there's money at without even seeing it. I don't know how he does it.
Well, maybe he was peeking in the window.
He can tell without doing that. I know one thing, though. That's one suggestion we ain't going to take.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. Look who's coming up out there now.
Oh, Cedric.
Yeah, look, he's got a letter or something in his hand, more likely another suggestion for the box here.
Well, don't take it. Just ignore him.
Yeah, I won't hardly speak to him.
Yeah, we show him he can't put nothing over on us.
Yeah.
Pinball machines. It's the last thing I'd ever think.
Mind out.
Howdy, Mr. Lum. Howdy, Mr. Abner.
Howdy.
Boy, look what I got for you fellas.
Uh-huh.
A telegram. Just come in just now.
Telegram?
Abner, don't take it. It's just a joke.
Okay.
Here, don't you want it?
We ain't much interested in telegrams, Cedric.
Yeah, you better run on home, Cedric. We're awful busy today.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want me to do with the telegram?
Do anything you like with it. Go ahead and read some more suggestions, Abner.
Yeah, this looks like a good one. It's from Mr. Barton. He says, I would do something...
You ought to look at this telegram. It might be important. I held it up to the light, and I could see that it come from Hollywood.
Do tell. Who's it from this time? Mary Pickford or Shirley Temple? Go on, Abner.
Says I would do something big and important for Pine Ridge with that money. Something that would make our town known all over the country. Something that would bring a lot of visitors to Pine Ridge. That way, all the stores in town would do a big business, and everybody in town would benefit by it. Signed, Mr. Barton.
Granny Abner, he's on the right track, you know it?
Yeah, I believe he is, too.
Exactly what we need. Something that'll bring visitors here to Pine Ridge.
Yeah.
Some big thing. What's the biggest thing you can think of, Abner?
Elephant? No, I don't reckon many people come to visit an elephant.
No, I mean something like a World's Fair.
Yeah, that's a good idea. World's Fair. Let's have one of them.
No, I mean something like that. We can't have a World's Fair because them things cost too much. Besides, they've already had one.
I did, huh?
Why, you recollect the Columbia Exposition in Chicago, don't you know?
Yeah, I saw a picture of it. I never went to it. But
I'm getting tired of holding this telegram. What do you want me to do with it?
Tear it up. Throw it in the fire. We don't care, Cedric.
Well, I can't do that. It ain't mine. Here, I'll open it up for you so you can read it.
Never mind, Cedric. We never read them things.
Well, there. It's open now. Do you want it?
All right, give it here. If you won't tear it up, I will.
Yeah, give me the envelope. I'll tear that up right now.
Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. This ain't from Cedric after all.
It ain't?
No, sir. Well, I do know.
What did it say, Long?
Well, I'll swan to goodness. Granny's Abner, I believe this is just what we're looking for to get visitors to come to Pine Ridge.
Well, what is it? What is it?
You'll hear in a minute. Let me ring up everybody on the party line.
Well, come on now. Tell me what it's all about, Long.
You'll hear soon enough. Just listen to the announcement I'm going to make. I'm giving them that fire alarm ring. That'll get everybody to the phone. Wait a minute.
I wish you'd tell me what it is.
I'll make an announcement, and you can hear what I'm saying.
Dad, blame it
I can hear them picking up the receivers all up and down the line.
Well, go ahead and talk to them, then, before they hang up.
Howdy, everybody. There ain't no fire. This is Lum Edwards talking. I've got an important announcement to make.
He'd hurry and make it.
You know, a little while back, me and Abner finished making our second moving picture called The Bashful Bachelor, starring L. Edwards. That's me. I'm the Bashful Bachelor, and I'm in love with Zazu Pitts. It's the first time Cedric Weehunt and Squire Skimp's been in a picture, and I know you want to see him.
Well, tell them about me, Lum. I'm in it, too.
Yeah, Abner's got a little part in it, too.
Little part? I ride our horse in a race at the county fair and get kidnapped and get tied to a railroad track and almost run over by a train.
I can't tell them all about the picture now, Abner. Anyway, in this telegram, they want us to have a premiere of the picture here in Pine Ridge next Friday. And natural, we're going to do it.
Premiere? Well, I don't know what it is, but I'm for it.
Now, me and Abner is anxious for all of our friends to see this picture because we're kind of proud of it. Of course, all of you can't get to Pine Ridge for the premiere, so it might be a good idea for you to call your local theater manager and ask him when he's going to show The Bashful Bachelor.
Darn on it.
Better step to the phone call right now, because the more calls he gets, the quicker he'll have it. And be sure and let us know how you like it. We want to hear. Want to know what you think of Squire and Cedric and all.
And me.
If we can't see you at the premiere, why, we'll see you at the theater when The Bashful Bachelor comes to your town. Goodbye and wonderful world.
What that music say?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall.
The Amos and Andy Show transcribed. Written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Roy Glenn, Gene Vanderpyle, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy! How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I am Freeman Gosden. This coming Wednesday, Rexall's big 1-cent sale begins. This is the famous sale where you get 2 guaranteed Rexall products for the price of 1, plus a penny. It's a marvelous opportunity for you to stock up on your drugstore needs for months to come. And on every item you buy, you get twice as much for just a penny more. So this week, Wednesday through Saturday, be sure to shop and save at your friendly Rexall drugstore. It's Rexall's great 1-cent sale. Well, this afternoon finds Andy Brown, of all places, at an exhibit of modern art over on Lenox Avenue. Right now he's standing in front of a large, impressionistic painting, trying to make heads or tails of it.
Venus Descending Staircase. That ain't nothing but just a mess of color. That painting looked like the Kingfisher's ceiling the time we was cooking the spaghetti and meatballs and the pressure cooker blowed up.
I guess that...
It is lovely, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think it's very... I don't believe... it ain't... Hello.
I noticed you admiring this painting. I'm the model that posed for it.
You mean to say that you were somewhere in this mess?
Yes, I posed at the artist studio for 3 weeks.
Oh, well, that explains why it turned out so bad. With a honey baby like you in the room, it's a wonder he got anything on the canvas at all.
Why, how sweet.
Yeah, well, allow me to make my acquaintanceship with you. I is Andy Brown, the well-known single bachelor.
Well, how do you do? My name is Constance Lamar.
That's a pretty name, Constance. I always liked that. Back on my father's farm, my favorite hog's name was Constance.
That's nice. I guess you were fond of her.
Yeah. Constance, wait a minute here. Ain't you the gal that I seen on the calendars and on the magazine covers, Constance?
Yes.
Yeah, well, Constance, I was...
Is there something wrong?
I don't know. I tell you one thing, I never felt this way around the hog. You say that you was a model, huh?
Well, I pose occasionally, but I'm also studying art.
Yeah, well, tell me something. Maybe some night, if you ain't busy, why, maybe you and me could step out. Next Wednesday, they're having ladies' night at the pool hall.
Well, I don't know. I'm awfully busy with my posing and my art studies. To tell you the truth, I wouldn't know how to go about recreation.
Shake hands with the old athletic director.
Uh-oh. The bull moose is calling to its mate. What is it, my charming sweetheart?
George, me and Mama ran into Andy Brown on the street today.
Yeah! I ain't never seen such a sad, lovesick expression since back home when our old beagle tried to smooch with a porcupine.
Yeah, the boy is really infatuated up with that model, Constance Lamar. He bought the picture of her from the museum. Yeah, he mopes over it all day. Venus descending the staircase.
I sure feel sorry for Andy. I've seen that gal flashing down the street showing off her figure. She ain't nothing but a hussy.
Now listen, Mama. Just 'cause you was an old burnout furnace full of clinkers don't knock radiant heating.
I still say she's a hussy. I'd look all right, too, if I wore one of them lamb's wool sweaters and used all them makeup creams on my face.
Now, listen, Mama. They gets the wool for them sweaters from a sheep. And they gets the lanolin for the face creams from a sheep. But, Mama, you could take a sheep and shear it, skin it, stew it, and brew it, and that animal still wouldn't come up with nothing that would do you no good.
Sorry for Andy, too.
I ain't never seen a man that crazy about a girl. Why, he was telling us he was thinking of taking some kind of personality course.
Oh, thinking of taking one of them personality courses, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if the boy is looking for coosness, why, he don't have to go out and spend no money at one of them schools. After all, I, as his friend, I can help him. I can give him all the charm and culture he needs. After all, you know, I used to be known as... Dainty Stevens.
Dainty? You about as dainty as a rhinoceros in a French bathing suit.
Well, whether he can do it or not, Mama, is beside the point. I think it's wonderful, just a wonderful gesture for George to offer to help Andy like this.
Yeah, after all, the boy is desperate. He is in love with this gal. I ain't never seen him in love like this. He'd do anything to win her.
It's a pitiful thing.
Well, George, I just want to say that whatever you does to help Andy, you're going to come out of this whole thing with a much bigger heart.
Yeah, and if I plays my cards right, I'm going to come out with a much fatter pocketbook, too. Oh, I'll give you...
Well, Kingfish, I done give you the $50. You think you can help me?
No, certainly I can, Andy. I got the money right here. I told you I'd do it for 50.
Yeah.
Now, there ain't going to be no problem giving you charm and culture.
Mm-hmm.
Now, all you need is a few etiquette lessons.
Yeah, well, I sure hope you can do something. I am so much in love with this Constance that I can't eat or sleep.
Well, Andy, now, the first step in etiquette is how to enter a room.
Yeah.
Now, how does you enter a room?
Well, usual by the door.
You know, I can see that besides the de-slobbing you here, why, we're going to have to un-ignorant you, too.
Yeah, well, explain to me about entering a room.
Well, now, let me give you an example. Let's say that Emily Post was coming to call here at the Lodge Hall.
Yeah, let's say that.
All right, well, the first thing Emily Post would do is to knock gently on the door with her lorgnette, and then she would say, ain't there no one within? Mm-hmm. And I'd say, entree. She'd say, merci. And I'd say, voila, cherchez le door. And then she would enter. And then, looking neither to the left nor to the right, she'd cross to the other side of the room with her head held high, majestically in the air.
Well, if Miss Post is coming, you better move that cuspidor, because she's going to fall smack over it, I'll tell you.
Before we goes on here, another point of charm and culture. In the 400, the tobacco chewing set never refers to the instrument in question as a cuspidor.
They don't, huh?
No, Andy. Those in the know refers to it as a brass casserole.
Yeah, I'll remember that. But, Kingfish, I don't think we can ever get me cultured up enough for a high-class gal like Constance. Every night you see her name in the paper, going out to some place or other with some society fella.
Well, Andy, that's our angle. We is going to make her think that you is a dashing society playboy.
Well, now, how are we going to do that?
Well, Andy, we is going to start off by showering her with presents. Candy, flowers, and everything.
What you mean?
Well, now, look, Andy, every morning, we is going to have a dozen roses sent to her penthouse apartment with your name on it. And then the first thing every evening, a 5-pound box of candy with your name on that, too.
Oh, is I going to take them up there?
No, Andy. We're going to prepare the way for you. We'll have, we'll get Al Gunkel and Jay Calhoun to take them up there. And make you look like a big shot with your own personal delivery man. And then after these maneuvers, and we are softened up for a week with the flowers and candy, then we moves in for the big attack.
Yeah, well, how do we do that, General Eisenhower?
Andy, I can see it all now. You shows up some evening with white tie and tails. She opens the door.
Yeah.
She sees you standing there.
See me there.
And at this moment, Andy, this beautiful gal falls right in your arm.
Oh, she fall right in my arm.
You got her in your arm.
Yeah.
She's yours.
Yeah, she mine.
In your arm.
Yeah, I got her.
Now, come on, Andy. Let's talk to Calhoun about taking the flowers and candy up to her right away.
Well, wait a minute. Get this gal out of my arms here. I ain't going to carry her all over town like that. Well, Kingfish, here's Constance's apartment house building. Thanks for coming this far with me to give me the immoral support.
She's home, Andy. I see the light up there in her apartment on the top floor.
Yeah. Oh, Kingfish, let's go home. I was too nervous to go through with this.
Now, what you mean, Andy? Calhoun has been taking her them presents of flowers and candy all week with your name on them. By now, she's all softened up for you.
Oh, me, I was still nervous. How'd I look in my white tie and tails?
Well, you look like a real playboy, Andy, and you smell high class, too.
Hey, by the way, what is this perfume you done sprayed all over me?
That's a special brand that I whipped up myself, Andy. It's a mixture of Chanel No. 5 and DDT. The stuff attracts women but keeps off the flies, you see. Say, wait a minute, Andy, wait a minute. Somebody's coming out the door of the apartment building.
Oh, yeah. Hey, it's Constance.
Yeah, it is,
Yeah, here I go, Kingfish. Uh-oh. She's got a man with her. Oh, me.
Yeah.
He's a good-looking fella, too. Look at him there.
Yeah, look at that. They're walking over there, getting ready to get in that cab at the curb.
Yeah, maybe they're talking business. After all, she's a model. He might be an artist.
Artist, huh? I tell you one thing, Andy, from the sound of that laugh, he must be the boy that painted September Morn.
No, me. There ain't no hope for me with that gal, Kingfish. That was a real high-class fella, too. Come on, let's go home.
Yeah, by the way, Andy, I noticed that when she got in the cab there, she was wearing a corsage of your roses.
Yeah, well, there's one thing that I hope. that when he was waiting up there in her apartment, he wasn't getting his strength up on my candy.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with money-saving news. This coming Wednesday morning, April 15th, the doors of Rexall drugstores everywhere will open on Rexall's tremendous 1-cent sale. The sale where you get 2 absolutely top-quality, guaranteed Rexall products for the price of 1 plus a penny. Never before has there been such a wholesale opportunity to buy twice as much for just a penny more. For this offer applies to literally hundreds of drug and household needs, from vitamins to lipsticks, from fountain pens to aspirin, from writing paper to toothbrushes. And remember, these are Rexall products, sold on an unconditional money-back guarantee. So check those 4 money-saving days on next week's calendar, Wednesday through Saturday, the days when just a penny more buys twice as much, at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yeah, Amos, you see before you a poor, broken-hearted man.
Yeah, well, Andy, I know you're crazy about this Constance Lamar, but you gotta forget this gal. You're gonna get yourself sick the way you're moping around here.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But I still got Calhoun taking her those flowers every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Kingfish found out who that fellow was that she went out with last night. And we watched the apartment, and he went out with her every night this week.
Oh, they going steady, huh?
Yeah, he's an artist. His name is Salvador Jackson.
Oh, Salvador Jackson. Oh, I've heard of him. Yeah, he's doing fine. Illustrates for magazines and all that stuff. Oh, he's really wealthy, ain't he? Oh, you gotta forget this gal. You just gotta stop carrying the torch.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Amos. I know I should stop carrying the torch, but every time I look at that picture of Venus going up and down them stairs, the pilot light keeps flickering.
Well, Andy...
Wait a minute. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Andy. This is the Kingfish calling. I done figured out a way to solve your problem with Constance.
No, Kingfish. It's all over.
No, Andy, look here. You can't give up now. Look, the way I figures it, your big rival is this painter, Salvador Jackson. And the way to cut him out is to make him think that she is in love with you.
Well, how are we going to do that?
Well, now, Andy, look here. We writes up some romantic love letters to you and signs her name to him, Connie.
Mm-hmm.
And then we shows them to this Jackson fella. Now, when he sees them, he's going to think that she's in love with you, and he's going to drop out the picture.
Say, that's a great idea, Kingfish. I'll be right over to the lodge hall.
Hey, what's up, Andy?
I can't tell you, Amos, but the next time you sees me, I'm going to be Mr. Venus descending the stairs. Kingfish, why is we writing these love letters on a typewriter?
Well, so Salvador Jackson won't recognize the handwriting, dummy.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, read what you got so far.
Well, I start off here. It says, Dear Honey Bun and the baby, I am crazy about you. I have a deep affection.
Oh, wait. Look, Kingfish, instead of using these big words, can't you just write in there that she loves me?
Listen, Andy, you know the letter L fell off this typewriter last week. She can be nuts about you, crazy about you, mad about you, but there's one thing she can't do, and that's to love you on this typewriter.
Well, go ahead, Kingfish. Do the best you can.
Yeah, now let's see here. My honey, Uh-oh. There goes the K. She can't kiss you no more, neither. I got it. Let's see, I got it here. Oh, there goes the S.
Oh, me. Now we done lost smooching and sweetheart.
Yeah, and losing all these letters, she done took the fire out of this romance. Yeah, the most romantic thing that you can do now on this machine is space bar and shift key the gal.
We ain't getting no place, Kingfish. What is we going to do here?
Well, I just thinking, Andy, you know that gal that works down at the delicatessen store, the one that always writing poetry?
Yeah?
Well, for about $5, I think we could get her to write up a batch of love letters.
Yeah, the gal at the delicatessen store. I'll go down and see her right now.
Yeah, but Andy, you better tell her to wash her hands before she writes the letters. I've always found it sure death to romance to have your love letter smell like marinated herring. what's that again? Oh, yeah, that's fine, Andy. Good. You got them all written, huh? Well, now, look here. After you show the love letters to the Salvador Jackson fella, phone me again and let me know how you made out. Yeah, that's you got some real hot stuff there, huh? Good. Get on over there now, Andy. So long, boy. That dog is working fine. After Andy shows them letters to Jackson, he won't have no more trouble, and I is in $50. Oh, hey, Calhoun, what's the matter?
Kingfish, where's Andy? I've got some news for him.
What is up, Calhoun? You look all excited.
Well, you know that gal, Constance Lamar, that Andy crazy about? The one I've been delivering the candy and flowers to every day?
Yeah, well, what about her?
I just found out she's married.
Married?
Not only that, she got a husband.
Holy mackerel, this is terrible.
Yeah, and guess who the husband is? Salvador Jackson. Lamar is just her professional name.
Salvador Jackson? Oh, no.
Yeah, and they say he's the most jealous man that ever lived. Say he'd kill anyone that even as much as looked at his wife. He used to be a football player before he was an artist.
Calhoun, this is terrible. Andy don't know this, and he is on his way up there now to show this Salvador Jackson a batch of phony love letters signed Connie Lamar. Oh, Calhoun, I got to head Andy off somehow. He's on his way there.
And what he'll do to Andy? He's going to take that bar and drop kick him into that great end zone in the sky.
Holy smokes. I has done sent my buddy to his show desk. Calhoun, ain't there nothing I can do?
Yeah, there's one thing you can do.
Oh, what is that?
Call up Woodlawn Cemetery and tell them to start digging a guest room.
Now, here is your Rexall family druggist.
This coming Wednesday, April 15th, Rexall's gigantic 1-cent sale begins. The sale where you get 2 unconditionally guaranteed Rexall products for the price of 1 plus a penny.
Will you tell me how that works?
Well, here's an example. The regular price for the 100-tablet bottle of Rexall aspirin is 54 cents. But during the 1-cent sale, you get 2 bottles for only 55 cents.
You mean I just add a penny and get twice as much?
Exactly. What's more, ma'am, you'll find literally hundreds of those double bargains in our stores. From mouthwash to adhesive tape, from household gloves to hairbrushes, from cold cream to sunglasses, plus more than 60 super specials on every type of household need.
How long does this sale run?
From this coming Wednesday morning till the closing of the stores Saturday night. 4 miracle days when you get twice as much for just a penny more at Rexall Drug Stores everywhere.
George Stevens, you mean to tell me that Andy Brown is on his way there right now to read them phony love letters to the gal's husband?
Oh, yeah, honey, that's all my fault, all my fault.
Never mind that, Baldy. The man will probably kill him.
George, you're just going to have to do something. You just got to stop him.
I know, but it's too late. He's probably talking to the man right now. Say, wait a minute, I think I got it. Suppose he thought that Andy was some kind of a nut who didn't know what he was talking about.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that's it. Convince this man that Andy is a crackpot. Yeah, I'll borrow your white coat from the butcher and get right over there now.
George, this is a crazy idea. This'll never work.
Well, I gotta try. It's my only chance. I gotta save my buddy's life. Out of my way. Here I go. I'm going up there now.
Well, Salvador Jackson's secretary say he'd be with me in a minute. He's just finishing up painting the picture. Yeah, nice studio he got here. Pictures on the wall. Look at this photograph of this big bruiser here in the football uniform. Say, Bronco Jackson, the terror of the National Football League. Must be Salvador's big brother. But after all, he's an artist.
My secretary said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, mister. I got some letters here, and excuse me for protruding, mister, but, that's a nice picture of your brother on the wall there.
My brother?
Yeah, the fellow there in the football uniform with the shoulder pads.
That's not my brother. That's me, and I'm not wearing shoulder pads.
Yeah. Yeah, you sure is a big fella, ain't you?
Just what do you want?
Well, you ain't thinking of going on a diet or nothing, do you?
No.
Yeah, well, then it wouldn't do me no good to come back later.
You said something about letters?
Yes, mister. Well, there ain't no sense beating around the bush. I has got proof here that Connie Lamar is in love with me.
Connie in love with you? Come now.
Oh, it's true, Mr. Salvador. I got the love letter she written me right here in my pocket. And I know what you're going to do after you read them.
Yes, I'd like to see those love letters.
Yeah, well, here you is. They is...
just a minute.
Yeah.
Come in. Yes? What is it?
Excuse my white coat, mister, but I was looking for a man who ain't responsible for what he said if he already said it. And if he ain't said it, I won't get him out here before he do say it. That's all I want to hear.
What is all this?
Yeah, Kingfish, what is you doing in that white coat?
Now, this is the boy right here. He called me Kingfish. You see that, mister? He thinks I'm a bird. Come along, little friend. Back to the cage, if you will, please.
Just a minute here. Do you mean to say that he's a fugitive from some kind of an institution?
Oh, yeah. He has done fuged away from us this morning. He done slipped away while we was changing the wall mattresses on his padded cell.
Now, wait a minute here.
Don't worry, mister. He ain't dangerous, just irresponsible, unfortunate case. A couple of years ago, he was walking by a tall building when a potted plant fell from the 15th floor and went right through his skull, you see.
Went right through his skull?
Oh, yes. Every spring, a beautiful geranium sprouts out the back of his head. He has to get a haircut and a pruning job at the same time. Yes, he was troubled with aphids, you see.
Yeah. Listen, mister, I don't know what the Kingfish is talking about here. I just come up here to show you some love letters that they can't...
Oh, now, there you go again. Now, I got to explain in plain words just what's the matter with the man, and I want you both to listen carefully. Now, ever since he been hit on the head, he writes love letters that he said were written by some gal, and he comes up and reads them to some fella, and the fella he shows them to is always the gal's husband. Does you get what I'm talking about, patient?
Kingfish, let's go out and prune that geranium.
Well, he finally brightened up a little bit. Good for you, patient. From now on, we can cut down on the voltage on your shock treatment and save a little on the electric bill, too.
Now, see here. What is all this nonsense?
Well, now, just forget the whole thing, Mr. Salvador. See you again. Come along, patient dear.
Yeah, so long, mister. Drop in and see me sometime next spring when I'm in full bloom. I'll give you a cut rate on a bouquet of geraniums.
Oh, that was something, boys. Mr. Jackson turning out to be Connie's husband.
Yeah, Amos, you see, Lamar was just her professional name.
Yeah, boys, I got the boy out just in time, Amos. If I'd have got there 1 minute later, why, we'd be having a big blue suit party right now in the lodge hall. Only Andy would be enjoying the festivities from a horizontal position.
Yeah, that's right. If Calhoun hadn't have found this out today, I'd have been the late Andrew H. Brown.
Yeah, Calhoun finding out she was married really saved the day for you, Andy. Yeah, well, her being married, I guess done scared you off for good, huh, Andy? Yeah, I guess it is, Amos. When it comes to dousing the torch, why, there ain't no bigger fire extinguisher than a gal's husband.
You know, my dear, I don't know what happened to Andy Brown. He was so interested in me. But neither my brother Salvador or I can figure out what scared him away. Can you?
Honey, ain't nobody gonna know that for a long time.
This is Harlow Wilcox with your money-saving tip of the year. Rexall's tremendous 1-cent sale begins next Wednesday morning. The one and only nationwide sale where you get 2 guaranteed Rexall products for the price of 1 plus 1 cent. And this unmatched offer applies to literally hundreds of drug and household needs, plus more than 60 super bargains, items like bath towels, candy, toothpaste, shaving cream, billfolds, and scores of medicine chest needs. So, this coming week, stock up and save where your pennies save you dollars. Rexall's sensational 1-cent sale Wednesday through Saturday at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The store with the orange and blue sign.
And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is National Boys Club Week. No subversive isms exist in boys' clubs. The boys are taught to love America and to be tolerant and fair toward all individuals and groups. Support the boys' clubs in your community. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Remember, Rexall's gigantic 1-cent sale begins next Wednesday morning. The sale that gives you 2 guaranteed Rexall products for the price of 1 plus a penny. Remember, next Wednesday through Saturday, just stop inside a Rexall store. Buy twice as much for a penny more. Your Rexall druggist has presented the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George.
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest tonight, Cesar Romero, yours truly, Toby Reed, Barbara Eiler, Harry Lubin, the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. The coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand at any price. Yes, Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Well, breakfast is over in the Burns home, and attention is now focused on the morning newspaper. George is trying to concentrate on the sports section, while Gracie reads aloud from her favorite department, the movie gossip column.
Listen to this, George. This column says that Betty Grable has put on a lot of weight, but it doesn't say where.
It doesn't say where?
No, it just says that in her new picture she has a very fat part.
That means she has a big roll.
Around the middle, huh?
Yes, she's on a diet. Now let me read.
Oh, here's another interesting item. MGM is going to loan out Walter Pigeon and Clark Gable. Gee, I wish I belonged to that lending library.
I'll try to arrange it. Now let me read about the golf tournament.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this next item must be wrong.
Murder.
It says that Jane Wyman may get an award for her work in Johnny Belinda. Isn't that the picture where she didn't say anything?
That's right.
Well, who'd give a prize to a woman who doesn't talk?
Any husband in America. Now, will you please let me read about the golf tournament?
Yes, dear.
Thank you.
Oh, listen to this,
More
dear.
stuff, huh?
It says that Bill Goodwin and Cesar Romero met at Romanoff's restaurant last night and had an altercation.
Really?
Mm-hmm. George, why don't you ever take me to Romanoff's and buy me an altercation?
An altercation is a fight.
Oh.
Bill and Romero are probably fighting over some girl.
Oh, that's terrible. I hate to think of Bill doing that.
Yeah, he'd be better off married. Hey, I see where Ben Hogan just shut up.
That's it.
Huh?
You're absolutely right. Bill's got to get married.
I didn't say that.
He's wasting his life. Let's arrange the wedding right away, huh?
Wait a minute. That's Bill's business, not ours.
But it is our business, George. We're more than just Bill's friends. We're like his family. Well, I think of you as his father. Now I think of myself as his kid sister.
Maybe Bill doesn't want to get married. Maybe he's having too much fun.
Well, it's time he got married and stopped having fun.
That'll do it.
What was that?
I ate something, you see. Now forget about Bill.
Well, I can't. I'm worried about him. Running around nights fighting with Cesar Romero. He ought to marry a nice girl and stay home and fight with her.
Sure.
I'm going to call Bill and tell him to come right over here so you can talk to him.
Me?
Well, sure, this is all your idea.
All I said was that...
What's the matter, George? Don't you like marriage? Aren't you happy married to me?
Of course I'm married. And I think that Bill should get married someday. I only hope that he gets a girl as sweet and as pretty and as charming as you.
Oh, George, you're silly.
I am?
Well, sure, you'll never get one like me. No, I'll phone Bill to come right over. That must be Bill.
Now listen, Gracie, don't try to force him into marriage. Let Bill make his own decision.
I will. Come in.
Hi, Bertha.
Hello,
Hello, Bill. Bill, have you got any plans for tonight?
No, Gracie.
Oh, good. You're getting married.
What?
You're getting married. It's George's idea.
All I said
Yeah, and
was...
he's right, Bill. You're wasting your life as a bachelor.
Wasting it? I'm using every minute.
But you'd be better off married, wouldn't you, George?
Well, Gracie is right, Bill. When I was single, I used to run around just like you. One night a beautiful blonde, the next night a gorgeous redhead. But, Bill, was I happy?
Well, I don't know. Think back, will you?
Boy, was I happy. I've forgotten how much... Hey, get married, Bill. It's nice. It's nice.
Don't you know some girl you'd like to settle down with, Bill?
Well, Gracie, if I ever do get married, Jean Meredith is the only girl I'd consider. She's my special honey.
Jean Meredith. Oh, well, why haven't we met her?
Well, I don't take her out in public. I'm hiding her from Cesar Romero, the wolf.
Cesar Romero, huh?
Yeah. He's the poor girl's Bill Goodwin.
I don't know. Cesar Romero is pretty terrific, Bill. The women at my bridge club voted him the man they'd most like to have shuffle their deck.
Did you vote for him?
Not me, no. I voted for you.
Well, thanks.
Nobody shuffles like you do.
Yes, I'm a pro at shuffling.
Well, Bill, if
Take
you...
after my father.
Oh?
One of the greatest shufflers in the business.
Bill, if you want to keep Cesar Romero away from Jean, why don't you marry her?
But, Gracie, stop trying to force me into matrimony.
Oh, it's George's idea.
All I said...
George, leave me alone.
Okay, it was my idea.
I'll get married just as soon as I'm tired of running around in about 50 or 60 years.
But, Bill, you won't be able to get a pretty wife when you're old and feeble.
Well, why not? George did. But I'm not worried, Gracie. When I'm ready to get married, there'll be plenty of fish in the ocean.
Oh, Bill, don't marry one of those. Marry a woman.
What, Bill?
You don't want a honeymoon with a halibut.
What, Bill?
You can't warm your feet on a flounder.
Don't worry, Gracie. When and if I get married, it'll be to Jean Meredith.
Oh, good. Say, Bill, I've got an idea. Why don't you bring Jean over to dinner tonight so we can meet her?
Well, this ought to be a safe place. I know George couldn't take her away from me.
Well, he could if he wanted to. My little man is the Humphrey Bogart type.
You think George is the Bogart type?
Well, sure. Everyone does. When we walk down the street, people say, look, here comes Gracie with her bogeyman.
I'll see you for dinner, Willie.
Okay, Bogey. Bye, Gracie.
Bye.
Gracie, you embarrass me. I couldn't steal Bill's girl. It would take a guy like Cesar Romero to do that.
Hey, that's a great idea, George. We'll get Romero over here to flirt with Jean. How do you think of those things?
All I said
If
was...
Bill thinks he's losing her, he'll propose. Oh, George, you're a genius.
Look, all I said
I'll
was...
go right over and get Cesar Romero.
Hold it. Bill Goodwin said he didn't want to marry her, and that's that. Now forget it.
Well, you don't have to get angry, George. If you don't want me to get Cesar Romero, just say so. You're the boss, you know.
Good.
If you say I'm not going to Romero's house, I'm not going.
Okay, you're not going.
I am, too.
I thought I was the boss.
Well, you are, except when we disagree.
Well, I give up.
Oh, congratulations. You're the boss
I'm the
again.
boss again, I think.
Goodbye. maybe it's dangerous for me to be here at Cesar Romero's alone. He's such a wolf. Oh, well, I'm here. I'll bet the minute he opens the door, you'll get fresh with me. Well, if he does, I'll call the police. I'll show him.
How do you do?
Oh, yeah, police!
Hey, what's the idea?
That'll teach you to get fresh with me.
I beg your pardon?
I accept your apology. Now, if you think you can act like a gentleman, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Mrs. George Burns.
I'm Cesar Romero.
Mr. Romero, I want you to understand right now that you've got to behave yourself around me.
Mrs. Burns, I swear you an oath.
Police!
Again?
There'll be no swearing in front of me.
Esta simpática señora está loca.
Never mind making that romantic talk. You Frenchmen are all alike. Now behave.
Mrs. Burns, would you like a chaperone?
No, sir, I won't touch a drop. You might just as well make up your mind that I'm one girl who's different.
Different is quite an understatement. May I ask what brought you here?
There you go, getting fresh again, talking about my legs.
Your legs?
That's what brought me here. I know all your little wolfish tricks. I wasn't born yesterday.
Mrs. Burns, you may rest assured that I would never make advances to a girl who's underage, like you.
Well, we're going to get along just fine.
Sure, I wasn't born yesterday either.
But just to be absolutely honest with you, I'm already of age.
No.
Yes.
You're 21?
Oh, 21? I thought you meant 18. Well, enough about me. I came to talk about Bill Goodwin. Now, I've got a scheme to get Bill married.
Wonderful. Why, he's my biggest rival. What's your plan?
Well, Bill has a girl he likes well enough to marry, but he won't ask her until he thinks someone else wants her. And that's where you come in.
Oh, I get it. I make a play for the girl. Bill thinks he's losing her. He proposes. She accepts, and bingo, they're married. Then I'll have every girl in town tied up.
Oh, don't tie them up. Give them a fighting chance.
Yeah. Now, what's this girl's name?
Her name is Jean Meredith. Do you know her?
Jean Meredith. I must know her. Let me look in my address book.
Oh, good heavens. Is that great big thing the address book of your girl?
Oh, this is just the M's. Now, let's see. Here we are. Meredith. Meredith A, Meredith B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Well, now, Meredith Jane, Meredith Janet, Meredith Jacqueline, Meredith Jacqueline. Meredith Joan, Meredith June. No Meredith Jean. I guess Bill's been holding her incommunicado.
Well, you know Bill. He'll hold her any place they happen to be.
Yes. Now, how do we put our plan in operation?
Oh, well, I'll have Bill and Jean at my house tonight, and you drop in about 8 o'clock and turn on the charm.
It's a date. It's a wonderful idea, Mrs. Burns. You've really got a brain.
Oh, yeah? Police!
Now what's wrong?
You got too intimate.
I said you had a brain. Is that intimate?
It must be. Not even my husband ever said that. Oh, Judge, your plan to get Bill married is working out beautifully.
My plan? Gracie,
I talked to Cesar Romero, and he's coming over. He'll flirt with Jean, and Bill will think he's losing her, so he'll propose, they'll get married, and have a whole house full of little ones.
Well, don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Oh, Judge, you're so innocent. They won't have chickens. They'll have babies.
No.
Yeah.
Every year, something new.
Now, when Bill and Jean are here tonight, you show them how happy married life is.
Not me. I want no part of the scheme.
Oh, you're not happy. I'm a failure. You're miserable, and now everyone will know.
Okay. I like tapping.
Oh, thank you, dear. Oh, that must be Jean.
Jean? Isn't she coming?
Over early. I want to have a little talk with her. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. I'm Jean Meredith.
Oh, hello, Jean. I'd like you to meet my husband, George.
Hello, Jean.
How do you do, Mr. Burns? It's awfully nice of you folks to invite Bill and me over.
Well, we want you to see how happy married life is.
Are you and Mr. Burns happy?
Oh, yes. George, be happy. we laugh all the time.
Mrs. Burns, isn't it hard to keep house and have a career both? I mean, isn't it just drudgery to come home from the studio and have to cook dinner?
Oh, Jean, if you were cooking for one you love, would you call it drudgery?
No. No, I guess I would.
Well, neither does George. He's as happy as a lark, aren't you, dear? Well, have we sold you on marriage, Jean?
I don't have to be sold, Mrs. Burns. I want to get married the worst way.
Well, now that's funny. I said the same thing to Mother when I brought George home to meet her. I said, Mother, I want to get married the worst way. And she said, well, this is it.
My mother craves me. Come in.
Well, hi, Burns. Hello, Jeannie, honey.
Hello,
Belle.
We were just showing Jean how happy married life is. Weren't we, George? George.
Huh?
Be happy. You see, Bill? Now, show him how you felt before you got married, dear. And now? Oh, marriage is so happy, Bill. Why, George gets up 3 or 4 times during the night just to laugh and then goes back to bed again.
Yeah, I bet.
Uh-oh, there's someone at the door, George. George.
Come in.
Hello, everyone. Am I late?
Caesar Romero. What are you doing here?
I'm here to have dinner. Well, you out-of-work actors will do anything for a handout, won't you? Out of work? I just finished a picture. Well, if you're in it, believe me, it's finished. You should talk. I saw your last picture. At least I hope it was your last picture.
Boys. Act your age.
At his age, who can act?
Oh, I didn't know you two were friends.
They're not. They're Abbott and Costello.
But I don't believe Jean and Caesar have met. Jean, may I present Mr. Romero?
How do you do?
Well. Hello.
Get away from my girl, Romero.
Your girl?
Yeah, she belongs to me.
Well, congratulations. You have a lovely daughter.
Hey, listen, I'm not old enough to have a daughter her age. I just reached 30.
I bet you had to lean back a long way to reach it.
Take it easy, Butch. Remember, it's my income tax that pays your old age pension.
Now, boys, don't just go talking to each other. Say some nice things like that to Jean, too. In the meantime, George and I will get dinner on the table. Come on, George. Are you happy? George, I called you and Caesar Romero into the den here for a little conference because things aren't going so well.
I know. Bill still hasn't proposed to Jean.
Well, I've tried my best to make him jealous. Gosh, I did everything but propose to Jean myself.
Hey, that's it. You proposed to Jean. That'll force Bill to propose.
Well, I've never done anything like that. I wouldn't know what to say. What did George say?
Well, we were in vaudeville then, living in hotels, and George proposed to me with a romantic little poem.
Gracie, please.
He said, come be my bride. I'll be your groom. Let's save the price of that extra room.
Only I put it to music. Come be my bride and I'll be a groom.
George.
Let's save the price of
George.
Yes.
I'll propose my own way. You folks wait here.
All right.
Well,
You back again, bit player?
quiet, stand-in. Jean, darling, I've come to ask you to take my hand.
Yeah, Jean, help the old gentleman to the door.
Pay no attention to him, Jean. I'm asking you to be my wife, to marry me.
What? Marry you? Oh, Jean, did you hear what that big schnook said? Tell him, honey.
All right. I'd be happy to marry you, Caesar.
That's telling him, baby. Huh?
I said I'd marry him. He's just the man I've been waiting for. He's got everything.
Well, but he's had it so long. Gee, honey, reconsider
Senator, what can this guy offer you?
I can offer her the greatest thrill that life holds in store for a woman. Plenty of Maxwell House coffee.
That Maxwell House coffee?
Yes, that rich, mellow blend of the finest Latin American coffee. Radiant roasted to the very peak of flavor perfection. Good to the last drop.
Oh, no. Not my commercial, too.
We'll go to Latin America on our honeymoon, Gene, and I'll show you where they grow those superb coffee beans that go into fragrant, delicious Maxwell House. The Manizales, Medellins, Bucaramangas.
How do you like that? First he steals my girl, and now he's meddling with my Bucaramangas. I'll kill myself. That's what I'll do.
Now, Bill.
Don't touch me, you nasty person. I'm going to go kill myself. I've got nothing to live for. No girl, no sponsor, no nothing.
We certainly fixed him, didn't we, Gene?
Yes, now we can be married. You wait here while I get my hat and coat.
Yes, sir. Now we can be married. Married? I don't want to get married. What happened?
Mrs. Burns! Oh, Mrs. Burns!
Yeah, what is it, Caesar?
I proposed and Jean accepted me. She's going to marry me.
Oh, you traitor. You stabbed Bill in the back right in front of his face.
Well, you've got to do something. I don't want to marry Jean.
All right. My husband got you into this, so I'll get you out. You go in and talk to George. I'll handle Jean.
Oh, thanks a million.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, did you hear the news? I'm going to marry Caesar Romero.
Oh, yes, he told me last week. It's wonderful. I know you'll be very happy.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
Oh, of course. Money isn't everything.
Money?
Well, what if he did lose his job at the studio? You can't buy happiness.
You mean he's been let out?
No, his clothes still fit him. He just lost his job.
Gee, I thought he was doing so well.
Oh, he was until he started drinking.
Drinking?
Only whiskey. He never touches soda. But I know the three of you will be very happy.
The three of us?
Yes, you and Caesar and his other wife.
Caesar has another wife?
Oh, it's nothing to worry about. He doesn't love her.
Well, then why hasn't he divorced her?
Well, Caesar's father is very fond of her. She takes care of him, puts him on his rocking horse, brings him his little hat with a propeller on top.
Good heavens, his father must be a lunatic.
Yes, but so lovable. I know you'll be very happy. Oh, there's just one thing. When you're around Caesar's father, wear an old vest that you won't mind having torn.
Why?
Well, he thinks people are bananas and tries to peel them.
I can't marry into a family of crazy people.
Oh, only the men are crazy. When they reach the age of 35, they all crack up.
When will Caesar be 35?
Not until February. You've got a whole month to be happy.
I'm getting out of here, and you can tell Mr. Romero that I never want to see him again.
But, Jean, you're throwing away your happiness.
Goodbye.
All right, boys, you can come out now.
We heard your little scene, Gracie.
Yeah, Gracie, you were great. How do you think of those things?
Oh, it's just a gift. Lots of people are amazed at my brain, but it's really nothing.
How true.
Well, you certainly saved me. You see, there's only one girl in this whole world that I could ever marry. Gertrude Mills. She's completely devoted to me.
Oh, I'm glad I could help.
Hi, folks. Bill, I thought you went out to kill yourself.
Well, I did, but when I went to the drugstore to buy poison, the cutest little redhead waited on me. She looked at me, and I looked at her, and now we're engaged.
A redhead? What drugstore was this?
Schwab.
And the girl's name?
Gertrude Mills.
Oh, no! This morning I was a happy man. Now I'm going nuts.
Well, what do you know? He just turned 35.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Gracie, next week our guest will be Gene Kelly.
Gene Kelly. An Irish girl, huh?
Gene Kelly is a man. He's that great dancer we saw in the movies the other night.
Oh, that's Gene Kelly.
Yeah.
Oh, he's sensational. And next week I'll be able to dance with him.
Wait a minute. I want you dancing with Gene Kelly. What about me?
All right, we'll take turns dancing with him. Now you happy?
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
I'm so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, when we'll have as our special guest Gene Kelly, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop.